Hello everybody, welcome to Thursday night speedrunning here on the Nick RP stream. We are back on Klonoa 2 Lunatier's Veil, implementing those new tricks we learned on Tuesday and some full runs ready for tomorrow night's Hotfix appearance. Woo! Hey everybody, welcome to it's time for it's time for Nick. Bang on time. 8 o'clock, bang on for once. Anyway, welcome. Hello. Welcome to Dash Stream. Back on exactly where we were yesterday. Preparing Klonoa 2 for tomorrow night's Hotfix run. So tomorrow night, I'm running my every 2 weekly or fortnightly, that's the word I'm thinking of, my fortnightly show on GDQ Hotfix, Fast Travel, where we visit different regions from around the world to explore the sights, sounds, and of course speedruns that region has to offer. Now normally each episode we would go to a different region, we'd have speedrunners from that region speedrunning normally games associated with that region. I actually already have the next episode in 2 weeks time already planned. Runners are ready. And I've already started outreach for my next episode after that. I do have commentators for this run tomorrow, yes. So tomorrow, instead of doing the normal thing of going to a certain place, we're doing what I'm calling a Meet the Captain episode, where it's an episode about me. So the audience, whilst the audience has got to know the show format over the past 4 months, we started in September, they haven't really got to know me very well. So we're doing an episode focused on me. I'm having Metal Glenn Solid join me to run Metal Gear Solid 1. OG Happy Dude will be joining to do commentary for that, as well as I will also do commentary. And then after that run, I'm going to run Klonoa 2 Lunatier's Veil. I'm going to have Garlips and the Mr. War joining me for commentary, who they are both folks I'm working on this new UK live speedrun event with. Along with our new group, the Association of Convenience Stores. Why did we name it so close to something I work with in my real work? The Albion Speedrun Collective. Albion Speedrun Collective. So yeah, really exciting stuff. Before we get started, I'm going to take off my jumper just because I'm really warm. This isn't some sort of reveal of some special t-shirt or anything. I'm just really warm. Oh, I've got my penguin. I'm going to take over the world someday. One day I'll take over the planet. There we go. That's what it says. There we go. All right. So, what we're going to do to kick off is we're just going to run through some of the tricks that I did learn on. Well, I only actually ended up really learning 2 bits, which was the Maze of Memories. But yesterday, I had a bit of a look at what the Ishra's Arc versions of those skips are, so I do now know what those are, and we should be good to do them. There we go. Sorry, I have to do that. Don't have Popka support. Popka's not working. Okay, I may need to restart. I'm gonna have to restart the game. Right. Let me make sure. Right. Hide physical controller when virtual one is created. Oh, that's why I set that setting incorrectly. Oh, excuse me, folks. My this cough still isn't going away. Right. Hopefully we're back on now. Right. Right. Hopefully this time. There we go. Okay, yeah. Okay, if I try and do that and the Steam overlay opens up, it means that I've got my settings incorrect. Right, now all I need to do is just untick one of the options in Rewasda so that we now get my controller back. Except I had to change my controllers like controller number 4 yesterday. Oh, controller number 3 because it wasn't properly working. Hopefully now when I can change it to 1, there we go. Now we're good again. We're good. All good. Right. So there were two new things that we learned for Maze of Memories. And that was the out of bounds route, which I ended up completely changing some of my control configuration to support. And then there is a clip at the end. So we'll do the out of bounds, obviously, well, we'll do the out of bounds first because the out of bounds is first in the level. Do 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 do. Oop. So the outbounds, it took me quite a while to get to a point where I could do it consistently, but I feel like I'm probably there now. So we use Popkurt to get up out of bounds here. And now we have a really wow, and the first time I try it and I fail. Okay, I need to be a bit quicker with my spamming of jump. So one of the things that I did, you either need to time your jump as you go into the next room like perfectly, or you need to spam. You need to like proper mash. I am terrible at mashing. I've always been really bad at mashing. So what I did is I set up my right analog stick so that all 8 positions of the analog stick are jump. So rather than spamming and mashing a single button, I can just spin my analog stick around really fast. And apparently still not get it right. Hey, Tom. Because basically, as you enter the room, Klonoa has a frame or 2 of floor that you can jump off. And you have to be able to jump off that bit of floor. Otherwise you fall through the floor and you are in the wrong place. So we get up out of bounds here. What? I got this to a consistent state yesterday. It's definitely working. I got this to a fairly consistent state yesterday. Oof, that's probably not good. What is what? Why can't I now why now can't I do it with this method either? I came back on and I tried this again yesterday and I was fine. Now apparently I can't do it at all again. There does seem to be a little bit of input delay at times. I am confused as to why this is not working. I can start to see more of an appreciation of wanting to run standard mode rather than support mode, because support mode gets really weird at times. There's a lot more to have to deal with than support mode. Okay, right. That time I actually got the jump. I then just failed to successfully convert it into what I needed to convert it into. So the only thing with doing this with the analog stick is I then have to get my hand back into the right position to then wiggle and pop jump and all the rest of it. This is really annoying. I don't get how this could be working fine yesterday and now it's not working at all today. Okay, that time I did it without using the analog stick, and I did just mash the 2 jump buttons, and apparently that worked. Okay, so we stay out of bounds, and basically we have the level flipped. We're upside down, going through all of these levels. There we go, we got over that one. Okay, got through this one. So yeah, we're just doing all of these levels upside down. So this is the last room. But we should actually enter this room. We're supposed to enter this room, and it should end here instead. And it's that final room is where the biggest time save of the whole thing comes from. Every single room is a slight time save because it's slightly quicker. You know, you're avoiding a load of obstacles by being out of bounds. But the big time save is that final room. I think Neil yesterday was saying that it's roughly 25 seconds just for the final room. Or maybe it's 25 seconds overall. I certainly seem to be having more success by just spamming both jump buttons. This one we deliberately fall through the floor so that we can then land here. Okay, that one's just a simple jump. That one I failed, and unfortunately, there's some where you can recover if you get it wrong, but there are others where you cannot recover if you get it wrong. Oh. I have no idea where we are now. Who knows? Eventually we'll hit a death plane. It just takes a very, very long time. Like I said, I practiced this a little bit yesterday, and with my analog spinning trick, I was able to get this, like, I'd probably say about 75% consistent. But, I say, for some reason today... Oh, wow! We have a raid!
Hey, sit back!
Welcome, Captain Awesome. Thank you very much for the raid, and welcome to you and your raiders. Currently bamboozled why I am completely unable to consistently do this out of bounds trick in that I recently learned for Klonoa 2. Which I am running for my own Hotfix show tomorrow. I run a Hotfix show on the GDQ channel every other Friday, and tomorrow's episode is an episode centered around me to let the audience get to know me a little bit better. So I'm just so bad at mashing. This is one of those things where I'll probably for tomorrow's showcase, I'll put it into the run once, and if it fails, then I just won't do it. But I kind of do want to, because it's really cool when it all goes right. It's really cool. Oh, nice. On everything or nothing, or on one of the other ones. Oops, I did that the wrong order. Nice. I don't understand why this isn't working. Unless something's wrong with my control scheme. And something's changed. Nope. I'm gonna do something sneaky just for now. Right. Okay. No! Sorry. I'm trying to... The problem is the keyboard... because my... Okay, there we go. So basically, I put turbo onto circle to get just to see if what it is. Thanks, Capitalism. I've added turbo to circle just so that I can test it. And we'll see what happens. Now adding turbo to a button is this is definitely not on. This is definitely not allowed. But I just need to be able to test it. I'm still falling through the floor. Is it because it's going off too often? I've got it going off every 200 milliseconds. Screw it, I'm going to put it down to 1 millisecond. Right, so now the circle button is being hit every one millisecond. When I hold it down. I don't want to just throw this out and not use it, because I'd say it's a really cool trick. It'd be really cool to show off on Hotfix tomorrow, but I'm seemingly incapable of consistently doing it, which is a little bit worrying. Okay, that got it. That got it, but I've just got to make sure that I then
New follower.
Got a new follower. You, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Nick RP stream. Thank you. Okay, that seems to be working. I mean, it's certainly cheeky, but what I could do is use it in the Hotfix run tomorrow, and then try and get a PB without using it at some point in the future. But even then it doesn't work. I'm so confused. I don't get this at all. I worked this out once before, like, if I'm running at 60 frames a second and I want it to trigger on every frame. I think I worked this out before. I can't remember. Apparently my maths is terrible as well. So there's 1,000 milliseconds in a second. So it's 1,000 divided by 60. 16. 17. Right, we want it to try this. Try having circle pushed. Okay, that certainly looks like a consistent animation. So hopefully now, circle is being, when I hold the circle button, jump is being hit every frame. Oh, that's stupid. That's not what I wanted to do. Do. We will actually do some more stuff and not just this, but I say hopefully if I can at least get it working with this, then I can at least do something. Excuse me. Alright, next one. Cool. Through that one. Oh, hey, Cosmic. Next one.
I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east.
There we go, that one. Right, and then here, we wait here. Go through this, and pop can jump immediately. And then walk through. And done. There we go. And we are done. That is it. Right. So with turbo correctly set at the right number, I can actually do this. So what I might do is I might use that just for hotfix, and then afterwards I will return to this to try and do it basically without cheating. For lack of a better term, it is cheating. But at the same time, I'm not exactly cheating because I will deliberately not be trying to put the run on a leaderboard. And that's the difference. Oh dear. Or I could just get good at mashing buttons. But I'm not. Alright. There is still one more trick. There is one more trick we learned, which is this trick. Which I now gotta. This one will take a few attempts to get right. But basically, you can clip through this gem. Like that. There we go. Done. Takes a few attempts, but you can clip through it. And that's everything. That is what we learn at the end of Tuesday's stream. Those two tricks. However, that clipping can also be done in Ishra's Arc. There's two opportunities to use it in Ishra's Arc. One, you can try as multiple times over and over again. As long as if you're on support mode, you can try it over and over again. You only really get one shot at it if you're on standard modes. But we're on support mode, so we can do it over and over again. The second clip, to skip engine 3, requires multiple attempts. You even with Popka, you only really get one shot, not without a really big backtrack. But you'll see what I mean about that later. But for now, I should now be at a position where I can consistently skip engine 1 and 2 in Ishra's Arc. Engine 3, not so much. Engine 3, for the time being, will be one of those skips where I try it, and on the off chance it works, fantastic, I will get a new PB for that level, and then that'll be it. until I do it again next. Watching some of my videos back of me attempting those tricks, they are not frame perfect, but they are not far off. But you can't just do it on any. You can't just do it on any gem or any surface. You have to be swapping planes, and that's what we were doing in that first one. We were moving from the bottom plane, the plane on the floor below, up to the plane above, and basically. In the moment of gameplay, right, I just need to wait for that to move back up to the top and now go. There we go. So I've been looking at that a little bit more. One thing you'll know from me running this in the past is I almost always take 2 attempts to get that trick right. And that is because when Klonoa respawns, the moo also respawns. When you first enter that room, the moo has already spawned, it is already there. But when you respawn, the moo respawns, and it means its position when you move across straight away is different. Okay, so here's the second clip. This is engine skip 2. Now you can do it from here, but that's how you do it without Popka. But the other method of doing it is here. Now, because we've got Popka, whoops, I need to jump first. Because we've got Popka, we can now move back to this top plane again. You see how the camera shifts? That's the plane switching. And basically, there is like a couple of frames where the plane shifts from one to the other, and if you can put a left input in on that shift, then Klonoa will clip through the floor, because basically the game is still moving you on the previous plane before the shift to the new one. It's kind of... That's probably massively oversimplifying it, but Neil's here now to tell us that I'm wrong and explain it correctly. I think I'm doing it a little too early. It's pretty much just before you land on the floor. There we go. So that's the second one. So that's engine skip 2. Yeah, I jumped on last night just to learn engine skip 2 and 3. Now, engine skip 3, I have never performed. I tried multiple times yesterday and couldn't do it. I say it's kind of a one try hit. You can give it another go, but you've got a very, very big journey to retry it. Sadly, the key that we've got does not open that door. That'd be the only other thing that would make this really worth it, is if the keys were programmed so that a key will open a door. Unfortunately, it doesn't. You have to have the correct key to open the correct door. So the key we've got now is useless. It only opens the door at the bottom. Whoops. No, I'm dead. I made some errors with my jumps there. There we go. That's how that room's supposed to go. Then more hop. Okay, so here is Engine Skip 3. As I say, I've never performed it. So same principle. And you try and clip through this. The problem is now is you have no way back up to the top without either swapping to the IGT abuse category or a big wraparound. Basically, we've now got to do a whole other circuit. Now, because we're just practicing, I will give it another go. We can swap outfits to return to the previous... or you could take a death. You could try and take a death and return to the checkpoint. The only thing is it's still another like 10 to 15 seconds before you can get another death. Twitch.tv/games done quick is the channel for tomorrow. So we'll try this again. That's it. It's exactly the same principle. We are trying to clip through this at the last second. It's just extra. And I'll show you the death route. So from here, you would then go to here, down to here, jump over that, make sure you don't get in the cannon. So it's a very long backtrack. I believe from... notes that I read or listened to, like, you could still... I think you could still attempt this maybe 3 times. If you could get it in within 3 attempts. Hey, Calista. If you did it within 3 attempts, it would still be worth it. But beyond 3, then you're losing time. Now there is a category called IGT abuse where you are allowed to swap costumes mid-run. As I say, I am yet to perform this trick. Even outside of stream or whatever, I can't do it. And I've hit retry. So we've lost progress anyway. So yeah, for me, that is going to be I will try that trick every single time I do the run. If I get it, then fantastic, I finally managed it. But if I don't, then oh well, we'll just keep going. Cool. Anything else to try? I say I'm now I'm now 100%. Definitely harder than on easy. Oh yeah, on easy you just grab the moo and you don't need to worry about it. It's just a shame though is there's absolutely no other way of accessing an enemy. If there was any other way of accessing an enemy, yes, on about midnight. So technically Saturday. Rather than Friday, but it's officially Friday because it's US times. Okay, so I do just want to give this one more go. I can give a shout out for Neil. Yeah, shout out for Neil. Why is that not? Do we not get a? There should be a. Let me just check. There should be a thingy for shout outs. That not go off? Or did I just not see it? Oh, it's not working. I have an alert that pops up for shout outs, StreamerBot. Yeah, StreamerBot is determining that it went off, but something's not working with it. Let me find it. Oh, StreamerBot is crashing. Where is it? Shout out. Yeah, that ain't doing anything. Something isn't working. Oh, I wonder if the sound's not working. Nope, the sound's working. I wonder if... Well, I don't know. Something's not working within it. I need to look at that one. Just trying to disable certain sub actions. I don't get much information on StreamerBot about what's happening and why things aren't working. Oh, hang on, unless it's the... No, that's not. No, I don't know what it is. Anyway, shout out for Neil Legend. Woo! Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I'll have to figure it out at some point. I'll add it to the list of things to fix. Oh, there we go. I disabled one of the sub actions and then it worked. Okay, so I found the target user profile image URL. It needs a hotfix. I get the I don't know. Let me try this. Right, so that, what I did there is I changed that so that it was looking up. Oh, hang on, yeah. Input 0. We adds custom tests, add a value, Nick RP stream bot. That's the name of my bot, right? Nick RP stream bot, yeah. Think this will work. There we go. I think, yes, I believe it is because you put at Neil Legend, whereas if you just did Neil, in fact, I can test this myself. There we go. Ba-ba! We figured it out. We figured it out. Yeah, if you put an at in, I'll have to see if there's something I can do that like says remove certain stuff. Oh, I have seen, however, because that didn't go through and wasn't played, the redemption didn't get fulfilled. So I can actually reject it and give you your points back. There you go, Meryl. We figured it out. And I bashed my elbow on my phone. Yeah, it's not user because user refers to the person who did it. So in it, it's asking user. The user is you, not Neil. So it's we've got to get input 0, which is what you have put in. So yeah, it's just the name. That's why. Right, let's give the. Oh yeah, I was just going to try and give this a go. There we go. We got there eventually. So user is used to have that display your name to say Meryl has requested a shout out for Neil. There we go. And now it's all worked, and your points have been immediately claimed. We got it. We're all learning.
Yeah, we did it.
Okay, so just to clarify with this, we are now cheating. I've added turbo to circle just to get through this because I was getting really frustrated that even my backup method still wasn't working. So I wanted to add turbo to circle just so that I could test it to make sure that I'm not going crazy, and it is actually working, and it is. I may just do this tomorrow on the run just so that I can show this off, and then at some point in the future I will look at actually submitting a correct run without using turbo, because I would really like to show that trick off, but apparently I can't freaking do it without it. Even with my crazy add the input to every part of the analog stick. Like when I practiced this yesterday when I was learning the other ones, I got, even with the analog stick, I was getting it like 90%, 80 to 90% consistency. And today I have not been able to do it once with the analog stick. To be fair, I did not have my hand in the right position for that. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe I wasn't really getting into the right groove to spin correctly. So I'm gonna try it one more time with like controller on my desk, correct positioning, and all of that, and then we'll see what happens from there. There we go. Okay. First one. One down, 3 to go? Yeah, there's four of these all together, because that one's a different. Oops. There we go. I can't, apparently I just can't do it. Even with this trick as well. So yeah, just for today and for the event, I'm going to have turbo on circle, but we will swap it back afterwards and actually try and do some PB runs at some point. All right. Before we get started, I could really do with a drink before we get started. So we'll take a break now. Take a proper break now so that we can just get on with some runs, because yeah, I really need a drink. So I'll see you all in a couple of minutes. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's get started with our first run of tonight. That was cool. Alright, let's do this. Before we start, does anyone have a costume preference? We got normal, Klonoa 1, Moo impersonator, Tap mask, Pac-Man hat, Don Chan mask, Prince hat. I will take the first option that comes out. Oh, Neil's gone for Moo impersonator. Boom, there we go. Also, the creators were really lazy. Like, look at how bad these screenshots are. Like, they didn't even attempt to. Every single shot is not in the same location. It's like, why even bother to have? In fact, Klonoa is stood in exactly the correct position every time. It's just they move the camera around. I just would have preferred it if it had just been one single shot. Alright, Moo impersonator. I'm going to put VSync on. I'm going to turn shadows down. I'm still getting little stutters every now and again. Let's turn bloom off. I've never quite understood what bloom is. See if any of that makes a difference. Alright, let's do this. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Start.
Alrighty, so we are off. This is Klonoa 2 Lunatia's Veil. I'm going to be doing my best to provide some decent commentary throughout this. It's always good to practice commentary as well, considering that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Though I will have help with tomorrow's commentary. So I won't go into all of the usual stories and stuff that I usually would do, but I will try and talk as much about the game as I possibly can. It's Klonoa 2 Lunatia's Veil, originally released in 2001 for the PlayStation 2. It was very, very well reviewed, but it did not sell particularly well. Certainly outside of Japan, it is not particularly well known. The original PlayStation game, Klonoa Daughter Phantom Isle, is much more remembered. But Klonoa 2 expands on the formula. Obviously, the graphics were a massive upgrade from the PS1 to the PS2. But what we are playing on is the 2022 Fantasy Reverie series remaster. The game is exactly the same game engine, just ported to Unity. With updated visuals and graphics and stuff like that, but the gameplay is almost identical. Obviously, there are a few more bells and whistles, like the UI and HUD are all updated, but gameplay-wise, there isn't actually that much difference. It did introduce difficulty levels, which weren't in the original, which is why we play the run on normal difficulty, because normal difficulty matches the original PlayStation 2 version. And I did used to run the PS2 version before I ran this. I ran the PS2 version for quite some time. In fact, this is the first speedrun I ever learned. I have been speedrunning this game for over 10 years. But it's only really been in the last 5 that I've it's only in the last 5 that I actually became a proper speedrunner and have really gotten into speedrunning, and then come back and sort of relearnt this, and you know, the tricks and things and my methods for learning speedruns. I then applied to this and have managed to improve this a lot as well. I also helped write the auto splitter for this. The auto splitter for Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series is credited to 3 people. Eros pretty much did all of the memory finding, so pointing everything we need into Unity's memory, and then the Demented Salad then took all of that information and wrote the Klonoa 1 auto splitter, and I took all of the information and wrote the Klonoa 2 auto splitter. And we are off to La Lakusha. So Klonoa is what's called a dream traveler. He travels in his dreams. He falls asleep, and whilst he's asleep, he has these dreams where he travels. Hence, dream traveler. He's arrived at the kingdom of Lunatea, where things are bad. so we're going to help them try and get good. I can't really remember the plot of this game. It's weird, fluffy anime stuff. How's that? Right now, we are traveling through La Lakusha to reach the ancient temple, which is where our companion... not doing a very good job of quickly traveling to that location. Where our companion Lola is training to be a priestess, and there we are going to try and get some answers from the high priestess there as to what's going on, why things are happening. So La Lakusha is a very, very lovely, peaceful place, as you can tell. Just gonna slow down there so I don't get hit by one of these big shark things. And in this room, we are going to get our first instance of abusing the 2.5D nature of this game. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to grab a move as it spawns. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm going to throw that moo again there. I was a bit slow. Grab that moo, use him to jump up, use Popka to jump up to here and just do a little skip. That skip's tiny. It only saves, what, 3 or 4 seconds probably. But it shows how the game is 2.5D. So it is always played on a 2D plane, but we can interact with the environment and other areas in a 3D environment. And the use of the 2.5D nature and the different planes that Klonoa goes on, we'll use quite a few times throughout the run, including some of the new ones that we've been learning thanks to Neil. So we're just going to pop up here, throw one of those at there. We want a little trick here by grabbing him, throwing him there. He's going to respawn. And it means I can grab him up here and take him through to the next room. It's going to make the next room just a little bit faster because I can immediately throw him at that, which is slightly faster, and throw that one across there. So here, this room is actually a really good example of how, even though we're playing on a 2D plane, we are required to interact with the 3D environment. So we pushed that pendulum in 3D to break those two barriers. And that is the end of La Lakusha. So we reach the High Priestess's temple to have a chat with them about what's going on. And she basically says, we need to go out into the different kingdoms, ring some bells, get the elements, and that will restore the kingdom. Or something like that. So we're now going to head up to our first boss at Klonoa Temple. This is Fulgrim the Armor Beast. Bosses have this pretty typical layout here where we are in this sort of circular arena, and they usually have a big glowing weak spot. Oh, the timing. And the bosses are interesting because the bosses are kind of like the only form of RNG in the run. Each level, unless the level has a mini boss in it, which there's, to be honest, there's only really one that actually has RNG in for the mini boss. Oh, that is a nicer way of saying it. The world existing in a 3D space but traversing it in 2D. That is quite a nice way of putting it. Yeah, I think there's only really. Oh, that was handy. I think there's only really one level that has a mini boss in it that provides RNG. So the levels themselves don't contain RNG. They are all very, very precise and cycle. Oh, that wasn't very nice. Very much, on a strict pattern. But the bosses do provide quite a lot of RNG. So that's the Armor Beast destroyed. We're going to meet our main antagonist now. There she is. That is Liarina, the Sky Pirate, along with her companion Tat. We're going to be getting to know Tat a little bit in the next area. In the meantime, we're going to head back to Bagaji. Bagaji's island here is a level that is just cutscenes every time. Gives us a bit of exposition and basically tells us what we're going to do next. Bagaji tells us that it looks like Liarina is also after the elements, so we better try and get to the bells before she does. So next we're going to head to the Kingdom of Jolience. That is French for joy, probably. And I should probably learn that, considering my Hotfix show is all about different cultures and different places in the world. It'd probably be a good thing if I actually knew what the French was, rather than just sort of flippantly say, oh, I don't know. And here we get to experience the first slider level, the first board level, or whatever you want to call it. So Joliet is one big, giant, massive fun park as a kingdom. All of the people there are always partying, they're always having fun, but they kind of don't really pay attention to what's going on around them because they're too busy just having fun. It's kind of a metaphor for Vice, but in a nice, kiddie, charming way. So we're going to head on the Jungle Slider. This is one of the big Joliet attractions, which is... You can see what it is. I don't need to explain. I don't really need to explain what this is on screen because it's pretty obvious to see what it is. Here we're gonna take some damage. Apparently, we want to try and just move forwards as much as possible without turning too much. Klonoa is slower on the board when he's turning. We jump over that. We don't need that. Okay, Popka refused to go off there. That's a massive time loss. I don't think I've ever died in Jungle Slider before. All because I decided to try and jump over these and then Popka didn't go off. I swear there's some input lag. It's probably something to do with Remaster. Oh well, we didn't take the risk this time. I mean, I could have just jumped over it rather than try to Popka jump over it. But, oh well, keep going. So here, unfortunately, because we are doing 80%, we don't need to grab that Mommet doll. That piece up there is a Mommet doll, which is one of the collectibles. We do just want to be moving forwards as much as possible. We don't want to turn. We don't want to try and hit any... Obviously, in some cases, we do want to try and stay on the inside of tracks. But for the majority of it, when we are traveling in 3D space like this, we do just want to be going forwards. Try not to take too much damage. We get the really big waterfall. Whee! Ba 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 da ba. Let's get that just in case. Ignore these surfing moves. Do 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 do. So here, it is kind of a good idea to try and stay on the inside. But again, small turns, as small as possible. Grab an extra life, that's helpful. We will be taking some intentional deaths towards the end of the run. Alright, and now we are into the Tat chase. So, what happened when we first arrived in Joliet? Tat snuck up behind us, stole the element from us that we'd collected from Klonoa Temple, and then split off into two pieces, a purple side and a white side. So they ran off into different areas of the park, and we are chasing both of them down to collect the elements. Only one of them has the elephant. Only one of them has the elephant, and it is whichever one we go for second. It does not matter which order you do the two levels in. You do get the choice. So we catch the purple one, and the purple one reveals to us, you got the wrong McCoy. We got the wrong one. So now we are going to head into the fun park itself. This is Joliet Fun Park. Each level has a little subtitle as well, and the subtitle for this one is A Date with Tat. So we're actually going to see the white Tat running around a lot in this area, causing mayhem and teaching us a little bit. A little bit about mechanics, a little bit about ourselves, but mostly a little bit about mechanics. Like here, we're going to skip a cutscene where Tat would have taught us how to use a new enemy. We don't need to use that enemy because we've got Popka. Popka just gives us a boost up into the air. Again, we can 2.5D abuse there. This is a wonderful level, you know, very, very colourful, very circusy, theme parky. And the music's wonderful. We're actually going to get to see another new enemy. This is called a Jetamo, which travels as high up into the sky. So we get these wonderful views of the park. And then this is a Flygar. This is what the or a Gligar. It's either a Gligar or a Flygar. I can't remember. White Tat is fixed to this stage. In what way? In that it's always white on this one and purple on the other one, or anyway, there's White Tat. That's who we're chasing. And because we've got Popka, that was actually very helpful. Her blowing up the bridge, it got us through a lot earlier. Inside. Okay, cool. So heading into a haunted house. Ooh, spooky. Gonna use Popka to get over to that ledge. And we're now introduced to switches, and switched-based puzzling. Luckily, because we've got Popka, we can actually ignore quite a lot of the puzzle, the way you're supposed to do the puzzles at least. We're gonna skip quite a few of them. Just gonna use this Gligar to get up over here. Don't need to worry about grabbing the gems. Gems are only required in 100% speedruns, which I've never done 100% for this one. So over here, we're going to jump up here, we're going to throw that Moo over there, we're going to throw that Gligar at that, and then I'm going to hit that on the way down. Oh, and I always forget about this. Before going in there, we should then grab another one of these to take with us in here. Because we can just do that and get across the other side without needing to worry about it. Here again, we're going to completely ignore the puzzle mechanics of this room. We're just going to grab that Moo, grab that, hit that, and hit that one, and we're done. Another room completely destroyed thanks to Popka. Oh yeah, I got it. Now we have a mini-boss in the middle of a level. This only comes up twice, I believe. Oh, shouldn't have really taken damage there, but well. There we go. Done. There's Ghost Balloons, which was actually Tat in disguise. Who would have thought it? I'm going to chase Tat through this. And Tat's really strong. Absolutely demolished that. Grab this Jetmo. Oh, White Tat was on whichever state. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's this way around. I'm pretty sure it's always the same way around. All right, I tried the IGT trick with this on Tuesday's stream and kind of screwed it up because I forgot exactly how to do it. But I think from that mistake, I can probably do it correctly this time. So we're going to try the IGT trick again here. The game is timed in IGT. IGT only ticks whilst we've got control of Klonoa. So staying in a cutscene isn't a problem. We don't lose any time for just sitting and waiting here. 1. 2. So what we're doing, we're waiting for that roller coaster in the background to go over that raised hump 5 times. As you can see, the ride that Tat is currently on is moving around, and that is actually moving Tat's starting position for this next bit. 4. So as soon as the fight starts, she should be just on my right. So one more. 5. Now go, and she's right there. And I died! I hit her and died. Okay, so we've got to do it again. But I was right in it being 5. So 1. Again, we're not losing any time for sitting in this cutscene. 2. Thanks, Cosmic. 3. 4. 5, let's go. There we go. Got there in the end. Creative furry human. That does sound like it does. Alright, we have our next boss. We've got the element back. And now we need to go and ring the next bell. But Leorina has left one of her evil monster guardians to protect it. This is Leptio the Flower Clown. I'm gonna throw that across there. And then throw another one there. Oh, the map move spawn wasn't very nice. Throw that one there. Oh, whoops. Oh, I gotta be careful, I am. Okay, cool. We're good. There is a speed up trick we can do here, where if I can grab a moo at just the right moment. Oh, slightly too late. If you grab a moo just as they're about to explode like that, you can grab it and keep it into this next section, and it does speed this section up a little bit. We want him to do his spin attack. Good. That's slightly faster than his jump up attack. And then we'll throw that across. Oh, he bloody moves. Oh, well, I am not doing a very good job here. There we go, right. Oh, not a great start. I'm just a bit wary as well that I've already taken 2 hits. Try and save that move so that I can then get straight across and grab it. There we go. And one more hit, and that is going to be Leptio. Problem with almost every boss, I think the exception is the final boss, is if I were to die, we have to start the whole fight again. There's no checkpoints in the middle of the fight. Oh, actually, I think the 4th boss, Palonte the hatchling, I think that, because that fight is kind of in 2 separate parts, you probably don't have to restart the whole thing again. We're about half a minute behind PB at the moment. And that's still mostly down to that that death in Jungle Slider. Does she? Oh yeah, she does, because you can yeah, because actually for you can take a death to slightly speed it up and get the second section started. I was wrong, there isn't one exception, there's loads. Alright, well, so we go to the next we're gonna go to the next kingdom, very, very different kingdom. This is the Kingdom of Volk, the Kingdom of War. So we're gonna head into Volk City first. So for Volk City, we arrive at the Volk City Hall to find that Leorina has got some sort of machine hooked up to the hall there, and it looks like she's trying to create her own ring. So the ring, the Dream Ring, or Wind Bullet Ring, or Wind Ring, whatever it's called, that Klonoa has got in his hand. She's trying to make one of her own, which we are reliably informed by Lola, or Lolo, that she shouldn't be able to use one. Why is she trying to create one? Because she's not a priestess, so she shouldn't be able to use it if she does successfully create one. So it seems a bit foolish of her to try and create something that she's not going to be able to create, because she's not a priestess. I mean, it writes itself, doesn't it? So she's using up all of the city's power to do so. So what we're going to go and do is go to the 2 power generators in the city. One is located in the center of the city, which is where we're going to now. The other one is inside the weapons factory. And so we're going to go to both of those places, turn off the power, and that's going to shut down her machine. And then from there, we should be able to reach the bell. Simple, right? Or maybe not, as we will see later. But for now, we get to enjoy the very jazzy tunes of Volk City. We are introduced to our next new enemy. This is the Erbil. And that's what the Erbil does. It's a really cool enemy. Which we're not going to bother using. Because we can just use Popka. Which is a little bit quicker. Like here, there's another one. We're just going to use Popka to grab the Jetamo. There is one here that we do need to use, however. So we're going to grab that one. Make sure I don't get hit by that, because I only had 1 health. Yes. Bow! Then head back up again. Now we're up on the roofs. Very safe and sensible place to be. Absolutely should do this yourself. Jump around on rooftops. Why not? Obviously, don't do that. That was sarcasm. A little tiny skip there. Oh, I was hoping I'd grab that extra life there. Yeah. And from here you can really sort of see the industrialized nature of Volk. Well, sadly, I don't think I can make that final jump, even with Popka. So here I'm going to use Popka to try and ignore some of that. Ooh. A boing! And then here we actually see some of the violence that's going on. Like that statue's going to get destroyed in a second. There we go. What a terrible waste. Very sad. But funky upbeat tunes. And one final life lesson. Play near railway lines. Always a very sensible thing to do. Jump onto a moving train. Inhale carbon monoxide. All of these life lessons that we get from Klonoa, thank goodness. So there we go. We have arrived at the station. We switch off the first machine, but it's not quite enough. Oh, I got a big time save on that one. And so we head off to the underground factory and to the second of the two. And this is where we start to do some really more interesting skips and glitches. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to jump up into there. And I'm going to use this move and Popka to get to that spring without hitting anything. Oh, I'm pushing the wrong buttons. There we go. And with that, we can go through the floor and land on this platform. And hopefully get through before those two spawn, which we did. Excellent. Yeah, so that is one of the first of a couple of out-of-bounds tricks that exist in the run. Basically, and we're gonna see another example of why that trick works here. A lot of sort of plane transitions and other things in the game happen because we touch a certain part of the floor. Oh, didn't quite throw that. Let's grab that one. So we're going to grab this, throw that to there so that it explodes. In fact, I didn't need to do that. I need to wait here for Popka to return, because then I'm going to use Popka, use that to keep flying, and there we go. So this doorway here, there should be a locked door, but the locked door only spawns when we touch the floor just before it. Basically, that floor is a plane, and being on that plane triggers the door to spawn. So by not touching that plane, the door doesn't spawn. Unfortunately, we can't do the same here. And that's exactly what happened with the out-of-bounds trick that we did. By avoiding a certain plane, it stopped the next plane, or the next set of flooring to load in, so we were able to skip through it. Basically, the collision didn't load, so we just fell through the floor instead. Oh. We've got another little trick in this room. The game uses multiple inputs. We can use keyboard and mouse, keyboard and controller at the same time. So by tapping both, I think I'm doing this the wrong way. Come on. We can, by tapping both, we can push through that. There we go. Push through that block over to the other side. And yeah, you shouldn't be able to take a move under that. I'm sure I do. I'm sure I didn't quite perform that how I normally would. I'm pretty sure I thought it was holding one direction and turning in the other, but in the end it was both directions. I might need to watch a video of me doing that in the past. I've certainly done it a lot quicker than that. Now I get this just little auto-scroller. There's not really much we can do here. You can grab the move from the other side of the pipe. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, action pose. This is the one level I mentioned earlier that we have a mini-boss in, which does provide RNG. So where these tats are spawning is and where the moves are, actually where the moves are spawning is not RNG. But exactly where the tat bots are spawning, that was RNG. That was actually a pretty good fight. I've had a lot worse than that. But as I say, it is RNG. In this room, we just completely ignore the platform because we can use Popka to get over here. Get loads of dreamstones. Then make sure I hit that trigger. And yeah, nice. Got into the cannon straight away. That's good. Anxiety for real. Trying to avoid getting hit by a boomy. Move across to the side, and we have one more in this room. Example of a super bounce. Which we did use in the previous room, but before I did the out of bounds trick. The game has 2 jump inputs, which I have mapped to X and circle. If you hit both of them at the same time, on the same frame, as you bounce off one of those, you'll do a super bounce. And we're done. So we've switched off both machines. 40-second time loss. That doesn't sound right. Did I do something wrong? What if there's a split error there? So we head back to the hall to find out that the town's security system has kicked into place as a safety protocol, and now we have to fight it. This is one of the bosses that doesn't really have any RNG. It's pretty consistent. There are a couple of things you can do to speed the fight up. I am very bad at both of them, so I just pretty much go for the same trick every time. I might try, since I'm behind like I do with pulling some time back, I will see if I can go, I'll go for one of them, which is this one. No, failed. So it's possible to throw that and hit. It's possible to throw a moo across the room and hit it rather than hitting it from the top, but it's very, very precise. And I'm really bad at it. I used to be good at it. Right, so it's destroyed. Unfortunately, the whole town is now the whole kingdom is now in peril because there's no power, and you can see that there is a very big nuclear power plant there. So we go back to the city, or as it's now called, Vulcan Inferno, to turn one of the machines back on, so that we can stop a meltdown. There we go, and it does help if I get Popka out. Unfortunately, this is all on fire now, so we have to slow right down. Ba, 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 da. But we can use a combination of stuff there to speed that bit up a bit. So this is the first backtrack level. There are a few levels in the game that we actually do multiple times, but every time you redo them, it introduces a new mechanic or a slightly different route through the level. We're going to see this level's big mechanic change in just a moment. So it does keep it relatively fresh. And the mechanic change is the mobile tank Biscash that we destroyed isn't quite destroyed, and it's now chasing us with a deadly one-hit kill laser. Smooth. Luckily, and particularly thanks to Popka, we can be very, very quick getting through here, so we are never in any danger. Oh, super bounce there, that was nice. Get us over all of that. And back down into the sewers where it can't chase us. And of course, the other mechanic of this is everything's on fire, which is, you know, very different. Oh. Nearly. Don't need to worry about the enemy there. We'll just use Popka, pop across, and keep going. We're just making our way through. The route doesn't change in this level. As I say, a couple of the levels we revisit do have different routes from the originals. Some of them don't. One in particular completely changes the order you do everything in. The tank does have the capability of getting to the roof. But again, like I said, particularly because we've got Popka, we can stay so far ahead of it that it does not become a problem. Like here, that's a lot quicker. There you go, we are very, very far away from it. Bounce over there to avoid that. Now head over here. We should now be able to see the tank like jumping around in the background, chasing us. In fact, you can see some fire there to suggest that it should already be there attacking it. But we are there a heck of a lot quicker than it is. Bounce off that one. We'll do a little Popka jump just to make sure. Oh. Whoops. Nope. There we go. There we go, a little Popka jump just to make sure that I land on the platform. Wherever possible, we want a Popka jump instead of doing the wiggle, the little ear floaty wiggle that Klonoa does, because that's slow. That slows Klonoa down, but using Popka doesn't slow him down. So now we get this bit where I was hoping for a super bounce there. Don't want to hit that if I can avoid it. Just gotta be careful because I am limited on health here, so it would actually be good to grab that and hit that. Okay, that's annoying. It's now going to jump to there, so I've just got to be careful here because I've got to get under it without getting hit. But we are now done with the level. We're going to grab the Jetamo, fly up to here, and that is the end of the level. We don't have to land on the train. There's going to be a cutscene that takes place where the train's coming from one direction, the tank's coming from the other direction, but we get there in time. We turn the power back on and prevent a meltdown. The day is saved thanks to Klonoa fixing what he'd broken in the first place. So now it's back to Baggage's Island for him to tell us where to go and what to do next. He's going to tell us that we need to go to the Kingdom of Mirror Mirror. Which is up in this corner. And to get there, we are going to board Ishra's Ark. Very, very puzzle-heavy level, but has a couple of really major skips. I don't know why I grabbed that move, but I did. A couple of major skips, mostly thanks to Popka. And one that I have not PB'd with before, so hopefully this is the one where we are now going to get back on time. It's a little one here. We can use Popka at the apex of that jump to skip a bounce, a springboard, and get straight up here. And we're also going to be introduced to a new puzzle enemy called the Laquiri. One or the other. And it's this thing here, this yellow thing. Throw one of these at an enemy, it absorbs its energy and turns yellow. And then you can throw it at a yellow crystal in order to break the crystal. It has three different color modes, so hit 2 enemies and it'll turn blue. Hit... Oh, it's a bit slow there. Hit 2, it'll turn blue. Hit 3, it will turn red. So we get blue crystals, we get red crystals, we get yellow crystals. There aren't many. I think, in fact, actually, I might be right in thinking that that is the only yellow crystal in the game. Didn't quite make that jump. Just wait for Popka to come back. I don't recall there ever being another yellow crystal. And here we have one of the biggest skips in the game. This is engine skip 1. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait for that to get back up to the apex. Grab it, and... oh, didn't quite make it. Oh, Maze has a yellow one. There we go, second time's the charm. So we'll grab that enemy to bring it back to here. We can then use it to get up here, hit this switch, and we skip engine 1. So the way that we're supposed to do these levels is we're supposed to go and power the engine. We throw a red Laquari into the engine core. That powers the engine, and then we go and hit that switch to turn it on. We've just skipped the powering up section. We're hopefully going to skip the second one as well. This is a for me, this is a new skip. It's been known for a little while, but it's only this week that I've started learning how to do that. And it's called a displacement clip. Luckily, because we've got Popka, we can try this lots of times. If you don't have Popka, you have to do it from that jump. So what I need to do is I need to hold down on the analog stick, and at just the right moment, tap left for a moment on here. Basically, as the game is swapping planes, there is a very, very brief moment where we can apply our movement to the previous plane. It will take me a few attempts, but as long as I can get it like within less than a minute, I think it's worth. That's too early. I think that was too early. I think that was too late. Nope. I've already managed it a couple of times in practice today. This is my first time trying to put it into a full run. There we go. So that is a displacement clip. Very, very important that I don't now die here. There we go. And that is engine 2 skipped. Engine 3 does also have a displacement clip, but it is a very, very long backtrack to retry it if you get it wrong. So for the time being, at least, it's something that I'm going to be trying. I will try it every single time, but I will try it once, and if it fails, we don't go for it. It only loses you a little bit of time if you fail it. Now, unfortunately, even though we've still got a key, I can't use that key to get into that door. You have to have the correct key for the correct door, which is a real shame because that would be a massive time save as well. So I'm going to hit this checkpoint just to be on the safe side. Oops. Okay, so here is the final one. So I've never actually pulled this one off. No. So it's the same idea, but instead of it being a gem, it is that instead. Is that little pole. So I'm going to try that every time I do a run. One day I'll miraculously get it right. But the timing of it is so tight. You saw how many attempts the previous one it took me. One slight optimization I need to incorporate is the checkpoint there. on the first run through there was a checkpoint. You can throw a moo, hit that checkpoint, and then take a death. And when you respawn at the checkpoint, it means you actually save time. So this is the final engine. This is the only engine we're going to see done correctly. So we now need a red liqueur. Throw it in there, and that powers it on and starts that, and then we can jump on it. Now I guess here we could still try the clip again, because the clip would still save time. I just don't know if trying the clip and failing actually loses you time on this second go through. Ooh. That was awkward. No. In any case, I failed, it didn't matter. Oh, and I took a death! Oh, I'm all the way back to here. I've got to be more careful about where I'm taking random hits from. Because also, I'm still behind. After everything that happened in this level, I'm still behind. It loses 10 seconds if you get it, if you attempt it and get it wrong. Not that it matters for this one. So it loses you 10 seconds if you try on the second lap effect. Okay, so I probably just won't bother. On the second lap, it is not as big a time save. Particularly on a Popka run, because you've only got to do that. It's not very far at all. Okay, so I lost another... Even though I got that trick right, I lost another minute. That's always fun. All right, we get a bit of a break from all the puzzles though now with Mountains of Mirror Mirror, which is our second slider level, and it just has the best music in the game. Paprika! Klonoa loves paprika. Oh, a quarter of a second behind my best. Cool, that's that level done. So now we go on to the Maze of Memories, and this is one where I've recently learned the out of bounds trick at the start, which I am, because we're not. If I was ahead on time, I probably wouldn't even try it, just so that I can do it legally. But we're gonna do it illegally by using turbo, just to show it off. And to get an idea of actually how much time I can save on this level. So this is the out of bounds route. So we basically go into each of these next few rooms upside down and out of bounds. Go back in bounds on this one, but still do it upside down. And still fail it. Even whilst holding turbo, I still fail it. So we keep going, because that was a room where I didn't have to... I was able to recover. Oh well, it means I get to show off the funky stuff that you can do in this room instead. Like, grab this Lakiri and throw it through the floor, because for some reason there's no collision on that little bit of floor. Into the maze room. This is the big room. We'll be beaten in under 2 minutes now. This is the room that saves the most time with out of bounds. There's also the final room of being out of bounds. And we would come back into bounds now. Oh, that wasn't very good. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That room's always a bit clunky. There's so many different things you can do in there. But there is one more. There is one more trick to be had in this room, in this level. And that is another displacement clip. This one's a bit trickier. Hopefully I can get it. I can still get it right within a decent chunk of time though. So it's done here. And exactly the same idea as before. We are trying to get a quick input left just as the plane changes to get through this. Gem. Oh, I thought I did then. This is the first one I learned. It took me a good amount of time to get it. I have already done it once today. Come on. Apparently I'm already 40 seconds behind. Come on. We'll try doing this with the other hand. Try putting Popcar away. Come on. So I have already done it once today. Gotcha. There we go. Now, apparently I still lost a minute and 44 seconds on that. So yeah, not ideal. Thanks, Cosmic. I like how the frog is just, I'm living the subtitles still. Yeah, this... The plugin that I got for that text. Don't get it. I need to change it so it doesn't type it out. The message just appears. That channel reward has had so many problems. There are so many moving parts to it that can go wrong, and some part of it always goes wrong. Alright, it's phase 1 of Palante, and now we move on to phase 2 of Palante. Phase 1 was pretty straightforward. Phase 2 is the same, except at the end, instead of bumping it, we're going to get a bunch of surfing moves spawn at us, and we have to throw them back at him. Ideally, we want to get all of them in one phase. The first one always appears here. And then... No, failed. The second set are random. The exact timing and speed of the second set is RNG. So sometimes you get good. I just couldn't quite grab that first one. So I only need to throw one more here. Yep. That one's always first. Ugh. I don't think we're getting a PB. So back to Bagagy. I believe one last time.
Yeah.
We've got all the elements. But it turns out that there's another one. No. I can't remember why. Well, I can't remember what we're doing now. Oh, we haven't got all the elements. Basically, we got to the final bell. We got to the bell after the after Palante, and Leorina got there first, and she rang the bell instead, infecting the world with her evil magic. And so now we are off back to the priestesses at the end of La Lakusha to find out what's going on, because I'll say this, I repeat, Leorina should not be allowed to use a ring because she's not a priestess. What could it possibly mean? The fact that cool. Oh god, I still haven't changed that. Oh, I need to change that message. That message is incorrect. That talks about when the show was new. Yeah, I'll at the end of this run I'm going to change it because I keep forgetting to change it in between. We got another trick that we can use in this level. I should have grabbed one of those flying moves though. It's a little bit quicker to do it that way. But oh well. So here we're going to do we're going to hit a... Oh, we'll wait for that Lucari to respawn. is hit that clock from this side of the room, and then go and take a death in the orange goo. The orange goo, purple goo. Wow, I don't even know colours. Yeah, and then we respawn there. Okay, we can super bounce over that to avoid the worm. I'm pretty sure it is actually called a worm. Oh, haven't quite got that platform correct. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum-bum. Thanks for lurking, Cosmic. Oh, I thought you could throw that one like that. Might be thinking of a different one somewhere else. There are a couple of tricks you can do in this room, but no. They are very, very precise. I don't like either of them. So I'm not going to try. You should never super bounce off these trampolines. You'll go up through the floor, up through the ceiling, and be out of bounds. And the only way of getting back into bounds is by going backwards into the previous room. Okay, so it takes 5 cutscenes to reveal that Leorina was once a priestess in training, and that's why she can wield the elements, and why she can use a wind ring, and why she can ring the bells. So now she has taken the elements back to the Sea of Tears, because by ringing the bell with all the elements at the Sea of Tears, she can do stuff. I don't want to spoil it and say exactly what it is. Anyway, we're now at the Dark Sea of Tears. This is the very first level, all over again. And this is the second to last repeated level. Oh dear, that's a death. That's right back to the start. Oh, look at that pity. Oh, look at these pity coins. Game taking pity on me because I've died so many times. There we go. Now, Dark Sea of Tears does have a couple of skips in it, though. And by a couple, I mean one. Which is in this room. We can get across to the other side of the room without having to do a really big turnaround. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump up there, we're going to grab this, we're then going to popka jump, and then spam popka, and get across to the other side. Okay, that completely avoids having to go... You can see in the background there's like an extra path and there's a cannon. You're supposed to go all the way around there to get over that gap. But we can just do that instead. That was really good. That was first try as well, which is nice. Doesn't always happen. Fly over to this next section. But that's pretty much it for... Oh, Dark Sea of Tears. But it does. We do sort of go off route again though. The route now slightly changes. You might remember. I wouldn't say this is my favourite game to speedrun. It's one of my favourite games of all time, and it's definitely one of my favourite games to speedrun. It's a game that I have a lot of history with, and is a very important game to me. You know, it's the first game I ever learnt to speedrun. It's the one game that I speedrun thanks to my mother. My mum was the person who bought this game for my family in the first place. And so I really, it's a special game for me. Oh. I swear I'm still getting some of my inputs eaten. I wonder if it's because I don't remember that being too much of a problem before. I wonder if that's because I'm connected via Bluetooth. Rather than, Mum's coming in clutch. If it weren't for the fact that my fast travel show is midnight to 3 AM, I would absolutely be asking my mum to come on and do commentary. I don't know what she talked about because she does not remember this game at all, but I would definitely try and get my mum on to do commentary with me. But as I say, not at 3 AM. She's not staying up till 3 AM to do commentary for my run. I say I'd get her to do it. I'd ask her. She'd probably say no, but I'd at least extend the offer. All right, let's head to the empty theatre. So, what was it? Leorina did get to the end before we did. She rang the bell and she drained the Sea of Tears, revealing a fifth and final hidden kingdom, the Kingdom of Sorrow, which is where this whole game has been building up to. Do 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 do. My mum used to play a few video games. I mean, she plays mobile games these days, you know. But I think she played Candy Crush, and you know, she used to like Tetris when she was had a bit more dexterity. Yeah, and she'd have played she was like big into Farmville when Farmville was massive back in the day. You know, so she does still play sort of casual games on her phone and on her Chromebook and stuff like that. But that's about it. Nothing over the top. I'm the only real big gamer in my family. My dad never interested in video games. He might have played a couple of our racing games, but he was never interested in video games at all. My brother does play video games. In fact, he has popped onto the channel to say hi a couple of times. I used to play games with him when I was a kid. He still plays games now, but not like religiously. Certainly not to the extent I do. He's also not a PC gamer. He's got a PS5. So yeah, he'll play the occasional game. I don't think my brother doing any commentary is a very good idea. Because the thing with doing commentary for a run like this is there's a certain etiquette that you have to have. You know, and it's kind of an unwritten rule. Everyone sort of knows the sort of demeanor and expectation that you should have, and my brother just would not have any idea. He would be swearing, he'd be swearing, he'd be talking about all sorts of stuff. You know, there's certain taboo subjects that you just don't bring up, religion and politics and current affairs and stuff. He'd just talk about whatever he wants because he doesn't know the culture. And that's not me trying to have a go at him. It's just that's the kind of things that he would talk about or mention, and he makes very crude jokes. Just would not be a good fit. No shade on him. Little bit of shade on him. Not much shade on him. Suffice to say, streaming on Twitch is something that both my dad and my brother have laughed at me for in the past, particularly when I hit affiliate, and you know, I told them about subs and stuff like that, and they're like, people pay you to watch you play video games. I was like, yeah, that's something people want to do. And yeah, they didn't get it, and they thought it was a big joke. That changed a lot when I started doing my 24-hour charity live streams, and they saw that I was raising £1,000 a year for charity. That changed their tune a little bit. This boss is going terribly, by the way. That's better. Oh, nearly got hit by that. Where are you going now? You gonna bounce over at me? No, you're gonna do this one. There we go. One more. I'm gonna let her bounce at me. There we go. And over the years, as I've gotten more successful and I've done more things, they have lightened up their tune a bit. You know, like going to GDQ, they sort of that was something that they sort of realised. Oh, like he actually gets to do stuff and go to places and be part of these really big things. That's actually really cool. It raises a huge amount of money for charity. And then of course. There was getting the Hotfix role. You know, if for those who don't know, with me being a Hotfix showrunner, I get paid to do that. That is not something I do out of the goodness. I do it out of the. It's not something I do out of the goodness of my heart. I mean, I do it because I enjoy it. I don't do it for the money, but I do get paid to do it, and it's nothing to live off of. I'm not going to disclose exactly how much it is because that's NDA. It's, you know, I absolutely couldn't live off of it. It is a nice little bit of extra money, but it's not pittance. So yeah, when I then revealed to them, oh yeah, I'm now getting paid to do this, and I did tell them how much I was getting paid. They're like, oh, okay. So yeah, I think it's taken a while to kind of prove to them that there is something to this. There is something special about all of this, and yeah, they, you know, as soon as money gets involved, I don't know why I've grabbed this. I can just use Popka. As soon as money gets involved, they change their tunes very quickly. So this is Ishra's Arc Revisited. This is the longest level in the game. We will try and shorten it with a couple of speedrun tricks. There is a set of skips. I've known about this set of skips for quite a long time, but they are very, very precise. We only get one chance at any of them. Yeah, we only get one shot at doing any of them. So if I miss it, I miss it. We don't get another try. We have to take a deliberate death, which is why I deliberately took damage there. I'm not going to get that checkpoint. What we want to do is there is a very small window frame between triggering this next explosion and a checkpoint being triggered. And hopefully that was it. If this has gone correctly, I will be outside. Yes! There we go. First one done. So the explosion has triggered, but a checkpoint didn't trigger. Excuse me. But a checkpoint didn't trigger. Nope. I'm trying to super bounce off this. I don't need to super bounce off this. Right, there we go. It's okay. So there we go. That was the first one. There are 3 of these. Unfortunately, I do not have any of my first streams archived. I only really started archiving streams once I started streaming to YouTube as well. The only thing you could do is go back through my YouTube history, or my Twitch clip. You could see some clips. I've certainly got really old clips on Twitch, but some of my certainly some of my older before I properly became a speedrunner. So I do have runs of this, runs of Castle of Illusion. So yeah, any of my old speedruns on YouTube would be a good way to see that. I first really got into streaming playing Dead by Daylight. So I do have some compilation clip episodes on YouTube of like funny moments. I called I think they were called One Night in DBD. So yeah, you could check those out, and that will sort of show you what things looked like when I was first streaming. layout has changed significantly over the years. First proper stream. My first proper stream would have been one of my 24-hour streams. It's probably too slow. This one's the hardest. Yeah. So if you're too slow, you trigger the checkpoint in the same room. Yeah, my very first charity 24-hour charity stream would probably have been my first proper stream, because I started doing my 24-hour charity streams before I got into streaming regularly. Yeah, outside. I probably done like a couple of test streams before that, just sort of testing the waters. But not like a test stream as in just to click stream, make sure I'm live, and then that's it. I would have actually sat and done a stream. But the first like proper, okay, this is scheduled, this is what I'm doing, would have been my first 24-hour charity live stream. And that was... how long ago was that? That would have been sort of like 2016, I think. The first charity live stream I ever did, I never count to what I used to count them every year. I used to say, like, this is my 2021, this is my 2021 one. The first one I ever did, I actually did 2 in 1 year. The first one I ever did was Heidi. Well, a little nervous, but to be honest, I knew I was streaming to just my friends mostly. So it didn't really make a lot of difference. The times I got nervous is when I got like big raids come in and like, oh crap, I'm actually streaming to people now. So nervous but exciting at the same time. As most people will know, Heidi, my wife, is a teacher, and she volunteered. I don't know what. Okay, I'm grabbing these enemies that I really don't need. Because we just do that. She volunteered to go to Uganda for 3 weeks during one of the summer holidays to teach teachers in Uganda. So she was working with kids as well, but it was mostly about trying to improve teaching standards and improve schools in Uganda, because some areas of Uganda are very impoverished. It's not. Some areas are quite well off, but a lot of them aren't. So education out there is not of anywhere near the standard of education in places like the UK, the US, most of Europe, stuff like that. So it's about going out there and helping teachers to teach them different practices and stuff like that. It was a volunteer role, but she did have to pay to do it, mostly for things like travel and flights and things like that. Let's try this again. There we go. And so that was the cause for my first ever charity stream. We did a 24-hour charity stream to raise money to help Heidi get to Uganda, and we raised £1,000. Yeah, and she went. She had an amazing time, and she really enjoyed it. She did a lot of good work out there. And that was, when she said that's what she wanted to do and that she was going to have to try and raise money, I immediately said, right, I'm going to do something to help you, and that's what we did. I swear, some of my inputs are getting eaten. I'll have to check back on the VOD there and see if my input overlay was registering that I was hitting L1 there. Okay, final engine. We've just hit the checkpoint that we're going to try and go back to. Still hearing stuttering. I haven't looked at the stream, but the stream constantly tells me there's problems when there isn't. I just think, oh, the game. Yeah, this game has always run a little funky. I do believe this game is optimized for NVIDIA graphics cards and not AMD. But it does feel a bit clunky at times. Oh, bum. I hadn't taken any damage before I tried it, so I didn't die straight away. That was stupid. So only one engine skip this time round. Apparently I'm already Have I made any major mistakes in this level? Because according to this, I'm 45 seconds, but I suppose if I had a split with every engine skip, correct? Oh yeah, absolutely. She's very grateful. The advantage of some of my earlier ones with raising money though is that like her parents donated quite a bit and my parents donated quite a bit, so that's where a lot of it came from. But you know, I did get some decent numbers from other people as well. It's been a few years now since I did the last I believe the last 24-hour stream I did was 2023. I did a relatively quick turnaround on a 24-hour stream to help me raise money to get me to SGDQ, just to help with travel costs and stuff. That one was really awkward because it was the first in all the charity streams I'd done previously. I always started at midday on Saturday, and finished midday on Sunday. But for that one, Heidi and I already had Heidi and I had tickets to go and see Russell Howard in London that weekend, and there weren't any other suitable weekends before GDQ to do it. So instead, I think I was on holiday on the Monday anyway. So instead, I did midnight on Saturday through to midnight on well, technically I streamed for the whole of Sunday. So I started midnight on Sunday and finished midnight on Monday. Unless it was Friday. No, I can't. No, it wouldn't have been Friday. So yeah, that was the first time I did a midnight to midnight, and it just didn't feel right. It was really awkward. Because the problem is the two big highlights of the show, the two bits that you really want the most of your audience to join in on, are the start and the end. And for most of my UK friends, they were all in bed at the start and at the end. Whereas the starting at midday and finishing midday always worked out pretty well, because people would join me at midday on Saturday. They'd sit through and watch until, you know, sort of 10, 11 o'clock. Anyone who's a bit more of a night owl would probably stay up until 1, 2 a.m. and then they'd all go to bed. I'd have to slog through sort of the 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. slot pretty quiet. That's when I tend to do this run. And back then I used to do this run on PS2, and it took 2 hours rather than 1 hour and 40. So yeah, so I'd slog through that with them. Then Heidi would get up, and early in the morning, just to help me out, Heidi would join me for something. We used to play through the It Takes Two, We Were Here. We used to play through the We Were Here series. If you're familiar with that series of games. Oh, fudged this up, haven't I? I hate this room. I'm gonna reset this room and try again. No. Food and drink was always pretty well planned out. Heidi would always make me something that was easy to eat later on. So like, you know, she'd do like a big batch of chili or something so that I could easily have a bowl and then go back to it later and stuff like that. I'd have an energy drink to have, you know, have the one. Not a lot of coffee because I don't drink coffee. I can't do this room. There's a fast way of doing this room and I can't seem to get it. I wonder if changing any of my settings has caused problems. It was exhausting. I was always very tired when I was done. But I got used to it, and because I did it once a year, I got to a point where I had a very specific routine on what I do. And it was always, I'd then get to midday on the Sunday, we'd finish. I'd then go to bed until about 4 or 5 in the afternoon, so only get about 4 hours sleep. Then get up, and then basically try and reset from there. So I'd only have 4 hours sleep, so by the time we got to 9-10 o'clock in the evening, I was tired again and ready to go back to bed. And that worked. And yeah, I think I did 6 of those. I learned a lot from those over the years. I think the second one I ever did, I didn't schedule first. I was just like, we'll just sort of go in and we'll just do, you know, see what everyone fancies doing and what we all, you know, what we all fancy. I won't like come up with a whole schedule of I'm going to do this at this hour and this at this hour and all of that. And that was a massive mistake. It was horrible. Just like trying to come up on the fly with, oh, what do we do now? What are we going to do next? Yeah, that didn't work. Oh, and that's a death. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. If you're ever going to do anything for a very long period of time like that, definitely schedule exactly what you're going to do. And that, in fact, it doesn't even have to be with something like that. With my weekly streams, these streams that I do, I always schedule in advance what I'm actually going to do on stream, because I've had a couple of times. I've had a couple of times where I've tried to do a stream where I've just gone into it and gone, I actually don't know what I'm going to do tonight, so we'll just start and then I'll just sort of come up with it, and it's never worked. I do remember one stream that I did specifically. I think this was before I started speedrunning. Scheduling has always gotten easier since I've been speedrunning because I always have a goal. I always know what I want to get out of whatever run I'm doing. You know, I've got, I need to practice this one because I've got a marathon coming up, or I want to learn this game or something like that. So speedrunning has really helped with that. 1, 2, 3. But yeah, I do remember one stream where I went into it not knowing what I was going to do. I ended up playing Catherine, and I think I ended the stream after about an hour because I was just like, I'm not enjoying this, I don't know what I want to do. And the problem is when you're not enjoying it and you don't know what's going on, then people who are watching know. It's really easy to watch a streamer and know that they don't know what they're doing, they're not having fun, and it's going bad. And it can be really off-putting. So no one at that stream, no one was tuning in. Nobody cared what I was doing. And I was just like, this is pointless, I'm going to stop. Catherine's in it. Catherine's a good game. I just couldn't really. I just couldn't keep it interesting. I'm trying to do a skip here, which I've just almost got right. I need to... There we go. There we go. And that's the end of the level. Boom. Oh. So yeah, we basically wrap around to the end area of that room by doing that trick. That was good. Yeah, Catherine's good. It's just, it's not the kind of game... I wasn't trying to speedrun in it. I wasn't trying to speedrun it. I was just playing it casually. And it's just not the kind of game that I was any good at being able to make entertaining or keep fun. So talking about, you know, knowing when a streamer isn't having fun and that putting people off, Dead by Daylight is the perfect example of that for me. Bleep. Is that the one? Yeah, that's the one where you don't even need the ramp. Yeah, Dead by Daylight was the perfect one for me. Eventually I got to a point with Dead by Daylight where I was really not enjoying it. Because that's how I started streaming on a weekly basis. It's I did every Tuesday night I did Dead by Daylight. I really enjoyed it. I loved playing Dead by Daylight back in the day. And then I tried then I started adding Thursday night as well. It was going well. I was enjoying it. Heidi was fine with me taking the time. Obviously, we weren't married at that point. We didn't have a child at that point. I had a lot more time on my hands. I was enjoying it, and she was happy with it. So we added Thursday night. And when I first started Thursday night, I'd actually planned to do a 2-player stream with a mate of mine called Warburn. You might have seen him on the in chat. Doesn't come around very often. Does occasionally. Hopefully going to see him for real life in Manchester this year. Which I haven't seen him for a couple of... Actually, I think the last time I saw him might have been my... no, it wasn't my wedding. The last time I saw him was Insta Speedathon in Wrexham 2 years ago. Whoops. And that's why we keep Popka around. No. That's why we keep Popka out. And we were going to play through Dark Souls 3 together until we started playing it and realised exactly how the co-op mechanic worked, and that we couldn't really do a co-op run of Dark Souls 3. We kind of have to be taking it in turns to be the lead and port into each other's game. And yeah, it's not two player as in you can do a full two-player co-op run of it. What you can do is, whilst you're playing through your own game, you can summon other players to help you. So another player can put down the last turn. Come on, Nick, concentrate. You can put down a summoning sign that allows other players who are also playing to interact with it. Yeah, 1.5 player kind of works. So they will join you, and basically, as soon as you then beat the next boss, they disappear. So they help you, they do a boss, and then they disappear. So it's not true co-op. But you can sort of set it up so that you can actually, so you can play with your friends. It doesn't have to be just strangers. So then when we kind of realized that, we realized it wasn't really going to work. I just turned it into, I was just going to play through Dark Souls 3 on stream. And I did that for a few weeks, but it got tough. And Dark Souls, I'm not very good at Dark Souls. I love Dark Souls, don't get me wrong. I love Dark Souls 1. I love Dark Souls 3. I've played Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is alright. I think Dark Souls 2 is harder. It just feels wrong. There's something about Dark Souls 2. I remember playing Dark Souls 2 for the first time, and I thought that I'd got my graphics turned down really low, or I downloaded the wrong thing. So I was like, this can't be the second game after Dark Souls 1. It just didn't feel like a successor to Dark Souls 1. It felt like a felt like a downgrade. until I learned, nope, that is just what Dark Souls 2 is like. It's a bit weird. I have since beaten Dark Souls. So I've beaten Dark Souls 1 twice, I think. I've beaten Dark Souls 3 once. They're very good games, but I'm not very good at them. Alright, final boss. Here we want to hit all of these central bits. Ideally, we want to hit them in one cycle, so before the enemy... before the enemy I'm carrying despawns, because it does despawn. Ideally, without taking too much damage. Should be one more hit. There we go. Now we move on to the second phase of this. No worries. And another hit, another hit, another hit, another hit. Time! 1:15:28. 140 on the RTA. I can't remember what I gave my estimate for tomorrow, but this would be within estimate. I'm definitely having some inputs being eaten. It's always a game that I've struggled to concentrate on long enough. I don't know why. But hey, again, if that had been a run, if that had been Friday's run, I'd have been quite happy with that. I said, my estimate for Friday is, I say, it's got to be RTA estimate, not IGT estimate. What did I give? Run estimate 135. Really? I gave it a 135? Why did I say 135? Because if it's 135, I'm 5 minutes out of estimate. Ugh, my RTA or my PB is 132. Why did I say 135? Okay, it shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't be a problem. It'll be fine. Glenn's probably going to come in underestimate anyway, and this will probably go smooth. I will be doing RTA tricks. I won't be doing some of the really long, we're just going to hang around and wait for shit tricks. Ooh, world record on Lord of the Rings. 2 Towers just got beaten. This is cool. Do 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 do. Okay. So, what to do now? I do have time to do another run, but I kind of don't feel like I want to. That's the thing with Klonoa. It's a very long game to have to run multiple times. It's probably a good idea just to try and practice a couple of those tricks again. See if I can make sure I can do them okay. But I might do another run of 2 Towers. Because that's a bit shorter. There's still an hour and a half of the stream left. It's not like we're anywhere near finishing. Which does mean I should be able to get maybe I should just do another run of this. Probably would be the best use of my time. I'm going to plug my controller in. Actually, one thing I do want to do, I want to go back. I'm trying to think where was it where it felt like my inputs were being eaten. I can't remember where it was where I was stood and I was just pushing L1 over and over again and Klonoa just didn't seem to go anywhere. I said I should check the VOD back for that. I can't remember where it was now. I should have made a note as to where that was. Never mind. Good morning, Nick RP Green. We will take a break because I need another drink. So we're going to do that now. Yeah, see you all in a few minutes. Alright, welcome back folks. We are going to do another run of Klonoa 2. Just made a couple of changes to bits here and there just to hope that it's going to make things a little bit smoother. But we'll see. So yeah, let's get on with it. Welcome back folks. So here's I'm back in Maze of Memories. Just thought I'd give this another quick crack, seeing as how it still failed during the run, even though I turbo on and all of that. I basically turned the graphics down to as low as possible, as I don't know if any of my inputs are being eaten. I'm gonna just grab that, just on the safe side. I've also plugged my controller in rather than it being on Bluetooth, just to try and, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I still can't bloody keep it going. I turned VSync back off again, because VSync should only affect screen tearing, and there is no screen tearing. To be honest, it wasn't that. The game stuttering and stuff like that wasn't that bad for me before. I say I'm pretty sure it's because this game is optimized for Nvidia and not for AMD. But hopefully I can get through this time. Because it was here I failed. Nope. All good. Yeah. This is why I think the game might have been eating some of my inputs. Because now this is perfect. But again, that seemed that L1 just did not seem to register until it was too late. But to be honest, that one is probably more down to the fact that Popka isn't available the moment you enter a room. It takes a second for him to spawn behind you, so I was probably just a bit too early on it. It's also probably just me being bad. Oh, like there, I did that in the wrong order, and therefore got it all wrong. So we'll try that again. Nope. Yeah, Mum. You got this, Nick. There we go, that's better. Yeah, when I messed that up before, that was because I hit Popka too early. There we go, and done. And as we're already this far through, I might as well keep going and practice the end bit as well. That's quite nice at the end there. That's pretty good. Welcome back, Cosmic. I was just having one more run through Maze of Memories before we started the fresh run. And this fresh run, I'm not gonna worry too much about commentary for this fresh run. I'm gonna just chat about what we want to chat about and stuff like that. When it comes to tomorrow night, I'll be fine because I always am. But Popka, I feel like Popka gets in the way here of me seeing what's going on visually. This one I might not bother doing. This one's hard. This one's harder because you don't have that much time to, like, you gotta get over to the left and then get looking back down again and then turn. So this one I might not bother with. I might only do the engines, the Ishra's arc. Skip. Hey, I got it. I did get it. It just takes a while. And I'm not sure yet whether I'm actually saving any time on it. Alright. That's not the button I meant to push. In fact, actually, I'm gonna try one more thing then. Oh, when does he stop? I have got another clip. I've got another one to add. To that. Which isn't just him coming out with something I taught him. I taught him to say 1, 2 cheeky Nando's. Because we like Nando's. I've taken him to Nando's a few times. No, I mean that. That's probably about a year old, that clip. But yeah, so I do want to add cheeky Nando's to it. It's just adorable the way he says it. 1, 2 cheeky Nando's. It's so good. We got loads of great video clips of him. I love him so much. They do grow up so fast. I can't do this smashing a single button. I'm so bad at it. He's okay. He's off to the vet again tomorrow for a checkup on his ear. I took him last week because he had an ear infection. We've been giving him drops all week, so he's going back in today just to have a look. But she did say that there might be a problem with his heart when she was checking him last time. So there's that now. It is fair to say Eli probably doesn't have that much time left. He is. We think he's 11, which is about average for a cat with FIV. So he probably hasn't got that much longer in him. I mean, and when I say that, I don't mean oh yeah, he'll be gone within a couple of months. They might have a year, he might have a couple of years. We don't know, but he's struggling. I had a cat. When I was a kid. My parents got a cat just before I was born, and he lived to 21. But he was a very healthy cat. Eli is not a very healthy cat at all. All right. Anyone got a preference for 21 is considered quite old for a cat. I think it tends to be sort of anywhere between 15 and 20 tends to be the average for a cat. But as I say, for a cat with FIV, Cosmic wants Klonoa 1. For a cat with FIV, it tends to be around 11, which is what we think he is. My family cat was called Pippa, and she did have a very good life. She was adored by my mum, and she adored my mum. She got very close with me towards the end. My parents were actually in America on holiday when she died. It was Pepper, Pippa and Pepper. That's lovely. But Heidi and I are both in the agreement that when Eli does go, we won't be getting another cat. Obviously we've got Alex. We have talked about having a second child. We've always said that we wanted to, so that Alex could have a little brother or sister. So another cat just isn't just not what we want to do. We still got 2 snakes. We still got Shavana and Phoenix. They're both doing fine. And yeah, that'll be it for now. Until I'm sure, surely at some point Alex will get to an age where he'll want a hamster or a gerbil or a fish or something like that. We might do something. I don't know. Anyway, let's do this second run. A little bit more concentration on the game this time round. We'll see how we get on. 3, 2, 1, go!
Start!
Try and keep a better eye on some of those splits, because some of those splits last time, I felt like I was really losing loads of time where I shouldn't have been. I am kind of worried that I put a 135 estimate. So also, I'm going to be going for RTA strats to try and speed that up rather than IGT. But more often than not, my episodes of Fast Travel run under than over. I think I've only ever had one episode run over and eaten into the next episode. I think I've only had like 2 finish pretty much bang on time. So we'll see what happens. I say I'm pretty sure Glenn will go under estimate. I don't run Klonoa 1. I've beaten Klonoa 1 a couple of times. I have beaten the Fantasy Reverie series, but I've just never been interested in speedrunning. The controls are different. It feels clunkier. I've never quite liked the feeling of Klonoa 1. I should learn it one day. They are very, very good platformers. Certainly games of their time. Trying to play Klonoa 1 now, the original PlayStation 1, would be quite jarring. But it's pretty good on the Fantasy Reverie collection. Just don't play the Wii version. So that's the thing. On the Fantasy Reverie Fantasy Reverie collection, Klonoa 2 is a remaster of the PS2 version of Klonoa 2, those are the only 2. Gold split, nice, good start. And those are the only 2 versions of Klonoa 2 that exist. Klonoa 1, there are actually 3 different versions of the game. There is Klonoa Daughter Phantom Isle on the PlayStation 1. There is then a remake, not a remaster, but a remake of Klonoa 1 on the Wii, just called Klonoa, which I do actually own. I have a copy of it. And then there's the Fantasy Reverie version, which is actually a remaster of the Wii version, not the PS1 version. It is a very faithful remake. You know, it's you know, all of the levels are the same and all of that. It's just it looks more like Klonoa 2 than it did Klonoa 1. But as such, the controls just don't feel as nice on Klonoa 1 for me. Everything feels a little more clunky. I've heard that the Switch version's not too bad. I'm trying to. I still haven't done it. I should be trying to do it now whilst I'm not using my phone. I've been trying to install this version onto my phone. Because I recently downloaded an app that allows you to install your Steam games onto your phone because it uses a Windows emulator for Android. Now, you can't just install any video game onto it. You know, if you tried to run GTA 5 online, then you'd probably have a bad time. You know, if you tried to run Arc Raiders or the latest AAA game, you'd have problems. But something like this shouldn't be too bad. I successfully ran Ground Zeroes on it. I've successfully ran Ground Zeroes on my phone, which is crazy. Some Steam games on the app have been recognised to say that they work correctly, and the app recognises that they would work. Metal Gear Solid 3 from the Master Collection is one of them, but I could not get it to work. I got it to boot. It got it. Loading the like game selection bit, because Metal Gear Solid 3 and 2. Well, all of the games in the Master Collection, you have to like load a bit first and then load the game from it. That worked fine, but then when I launched into MGS3, the opening cutscene would stutter horrendously, and I couldn't get any controls to register. On-screen touchpad controls, I've got a Razer Kishi, nothing worked. So I ended up uninstalling it because it didn't work. Ground Zeroes, I put Ground Zeroes down to the bottom settings. Every setting was at the bottom, so 30 FPS, or texture, anti-aliasing, everything at low, or whatever the lowest settings was. And it ran, it was smooth 30 FPS. I'm pretty sure prolonged play sessions wouldn't be possible because they would just eat up your battery power. But it was quite incredible. I quite happily played through a mission. I still got it on my phone. I've recently, so that I can try and play and potentially learn the latest Bluey video game, I've recently installed some software on my computer to tether my phone, to have my phone display on my computer. So I should do that with Ground Zeroes at some point so I can show it off. In fact, it not only displays what's on my phone, it also controls my phone. The RNG is not being very nice. But yeah, next game that I might casually play through and then potentially speedrun is not going to be a retro replay. It is going to be the latest Bluey video game. Which is Bluey and the Quest for the Golden Pen. Which is Bluey and the Quest for the Golden Pen. I have already joined the Bluey Speedrunning Discord. Though, mainly for other reasons, which you'll learn about tomorrow night. Big, massive hint there. Am I right in thinking I haven't split? Yeah, they get that didn't split. Sometimes the splitter doesn't split. Very rarely, but it sometimes happens. It's not a Bluey cosplay. Let's just say, let me repeat something that I already said earlier in today's stream, which was I've already got the next episode of Fast Travel sorted. I'm very excited. Right, let's not take a massive death hit. The previous run, I took a death here and was 30 seconds behind for most of the run until it started getting even worse. Shh, Cosmic. It was only supposed to be a hint. Yeah, alright, you're hearing it here first because there's no one here to spread it around. Yeah. I will probably reveal it on tomorrow's episode, but you heard it here first. We're going to Australia, which I'm really excited about. Like, Australia was one of the... Oh, if we can make this happen at some point in the show, it would be amazing. And we're doing it. Which is really funny, because I actually went into it wanting Bluey. Because the whole premise of the show is, you know, we run games ideally developed in the country. The original Bluey video game is developed in Britain. It's not developed in Australia at all. No, I'm not going to Australia. I'd love to. I've got family in Australia. I have a second or third cousin in Australia, I think. I can't remember exactly the relation. I know it's on my mum's side. It's one of my mum's cousins, or mum's second cousins, or something like that. Lives in Australia. I've never met them. My Australian accent has gotten a lot better. Because, as well as watching Bluey with Alex... Oh, yeah, I know why it's developed in the UK. Developed in Britain, in association with the BBC, so it's on Disney+. I don't get it. Because as well as watching Bluey with Alex, we also have a lot of Bluey books. So I read him a lot of books, and of course, whenever I read him any book, I put voices on. Because I love acting, and I love putting on voices, and he really likes it. He does prefer story time with me than Heidi, because I do voices and I read them better. So yeah, whenever I read in Bluey, I always try and put on voices. So like, I want to say my Bandit impersonation's not too bad. Heidi will just change her pitch a little bit. She won't try and do voices, to at least try and signify that she's doing different characters. I think the best one I do is probably Kipper. Now, anyone outside of the UK, in fact, anyone in the UK probably doesn't even remember Kipper. There's a series of British books called Kipper. He's a dog. Kipper the dog. And there was a there was a TV. It was adapted into a TV show back in the 90s, and Kipper was voiced by Martin Clunes, and he gave him a really deep, proper doggy voice. It's lovely, and I don't feel like I do it too bad an impersonation of it. It's like Kipper counted all of the toys out of his box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's wrong. There's only supposed to be 6. I do remember Clifford. I never really watched Clifford, but I do remember Clifford the Big Red Dog. Hey, they did a movie. Was it last year or the year before? I'm in the wrong profession. I've always wanted to be a voice actor. I'd love to be a voice actor. But I recognise my normal tone, it just isn't interesting enough for voice acting. Right. Take that with me. I remember to take it with me this time. There you go. You don't even need Popka for that trick. You can do it without Popka. You say that just because it's only because I'm British. British. It's only because I'm British. Why? There we go. I know everyone says this, but I do dislike listening to my voice back. I've always been known for a posh flair. I wouldn't describe my accent as posh, but a posh flair does sound correct. I've always, suggested that I do speak the Queen's English. Or do we call it the King's English now? I don't know. I do speak the Queen's English. Because I'm ahead on time, I am actually gonna do the IGT saver here. I said I was gonna do RTA strats, but I'm ahead on time, so I'm gonna do IGT strats instead. Oh, I know. I've been called posh all my life. I don't take a slight posh flair as an insult. So just waiting for the roller coaster at the back to go over the top arch 5 times. That's 3. That's 4. And that is 5. Lovely. Yep, and thanks to that, I'm now 15 seconds ahead. Yes, midnight tomorrow. So 25 hours from now. Just under 25 hours from now is the start of Hotfix. Go! Oh, good, I didn't get hit. I'm gonna have to throw that across. Bang! I'm gonna let him come round to me here so I can immediately grab that. No! No, you bugger! No! Now we have to repeat this first bit again. There we go. Luckily, he was already kind of there, so it's not a huge time loss. Let's see if I can grab the... No! That was bad. Ah, green. Support ah, green. Oh, that spawn of the moose. That's the thing with the boss fights, is that it's mostly the spawning of moos and other enemies to pick up that that determine the RNG. That was better. AKA fairy cake. Alex doesn't have any nicknames for me at the moment. Obviously I'm Daddy. He occasionally calls me Dad. More often than not, well, more often than not, if we're talking about anything, if Alex mentions Daddy, he said Daddy before he said Mummy. Although it is well known that Daddy is easier for a baby to say than Mummy. Not his first words. We very vividly remember what his first words were, and his first words were, "Oh dear." Oh dear. Were Alex's first words. That was quite fun. No, if Alex is referring to Daddy, he's talking about me. If he's referring to Dad, or he says Dad, he's talking about Bandit from Bluey. Same with Mum. If he's talking about Mummy, he's talking about Heidi. If he's talking about if he says Mum, he's talking about Chili. No, thankfully, Baby B word was not his first word. that was not his first words. Baby B word is him attempting to say beans, not bitch. I don't know why. I don't care. I don't care about swearing on my own stream. Oh dear. I think it's just because both me and Heidi had said "oh dear" a lot. Whenever if something, he spilt something or he fell over or something, we would all go "oh dear," and he just picked up on that, and that's what he said first. It was quite lovely. On some occasions, he will call me Nick, and he will call Heidi's real name. He has no idea that Heidi calls herself Heidi. It's a little bit of both, I'd say. Which I found really weird, because whenever I've spoken to children in the past, I've always kind of done baby talk. I've always tried to be a little bit more. I've always been a little bit condescending, I guess. Oh hi, yeah. Oh, that's great. Wow, yeah. Oh yeah. I used to be a beaver leader. So I used to look after 6 and 7 year olds. These 6 and 7 year olds are really easy to look after. You tie their shoelace and they think you're a god. But yeah, my voice would always change when I was speaking to them, and I'd always be a bit, sort of try to sort of go down to their level. I was never very good at it. My brother was a scout leader, and he was very good at getting down, because scouts is 10.5 to 14, and he was very good at being able to speak at their level, which is something I was never very good at. Yeah, actually, I get what you mean about baby voice with old people as well. No, I think that's my first death. Damn it. Well, there goes that 19-second head start I had. But no, with Alex, I mean, obviously, it's I wouldn't talk to him exactly the same way I'm talking to you right now. But no, I do kind of talk to him like in my normal own voice, because I guess it's because, you know, I need to be myself around him. I shouldn't try and be someone else around him. He needs me to be me. And yeah, and it's actually helped. I have a nephew, Heidi's oldest brother. He's 6 in a couple of days. And I used to really struggle talking to him because I was never very good at talking to children. And yeah, I used to kind of be, again, sort of put a bit of a baby voice on, a little bit condescending, and talk sort of, you know, oh yeah, that hi, yeah, oh that's great, oh yeah, look at the dinosaurs, oh these are so cool, yeah. And now I don't. Now I talk to him the same way I talk to Alex, and it works. I feel a lot more confident talking to him than I did before. He hasn't shown it as much in the last, I'd say, year, but certainly sort of between the ages of 3 and 5. My nephew was a little bit, had a bit of an attachment for me. Whenever I didn't see him very often. I only saw him, what, 2 or 3 times a year maybe, but he got quite attached when he'd visit, or when I'd visit him or whatever. You know, he'd always want to play games with me. He wants to play me to play with his dinosaurs. I remember one Christmas, we were at his house for Christmas, and I had a horrible cold. In fact, I don't even think it was a cold. I was ill. I was really badly ill. I can't remember what it was. I was cold. I think it might have even been flu or something. But it was just horrendous what I had. I can't remember. Alright. That should be fine. In fact, that's probably a bit too far. There we go, we're good. 30 seconds ahead after Volk. So even though I got a death, I must have had a worse death during my PB. Yeah, I was just horribly ill. I remember I was really cold. I was shivering. My head was swimming. I can't remember what it was. I remember the following day. I think that was Christmas Day, end of Christmas Day. That's how I was feeling. And I felt really bad because it came to his bedtime, and he was asked, "Oh, who do you want to read a bedtime story to you?" And he chose me. Like, I'm really ill. So I don't know. You know, I don't know whether I've got anything that I'm going to pass on to him or whatever. But he chose me, and I got worse as the night went on. I wasn't as bad. I wasn't as bad at that time. It got worse as the night went on, but I did it. I took him, and I had to ask his mum, right, what do I do? I've never put a child to bed before. Not really. Not a child this young. It was I think he was 2 or 3 at the time. So I had to ask his parent, what do I do? Do I sit him on my lap? Do I put him to bed and read or whatever? And do I stay with him? And they were good. Yeah, luckily whatever I had wasn't contagious, so he didn't get ill, and yeah, and I only got worse as the evening went on. Yeah, it was like I took him in his room and he'd already been changed. He'd already had his pajamas on and all that. I took him into his room. He sort of I got him into bed, and then I sat on the chair nearby and started reading the story. I can't remember how I got through this. Also, you can't hear it on stream. Come on, Klonoa. You can't hear it on stream, but for some reason, my Spotify has just kicked in. Just all of a sudden, in the middle of that, my Spotify just started playing in my ear. Yeah, I put him to bed, and then partway through the first story, he just got up, came over to me, and sat on my lap. I did some overclock remix, and it was really lovely. But I was like so unprepared for it. I was like, what have I done to make this child really like me? Yeah, I've had times where I've gone over and we played hide and seek, and he loves dinosaurs, so I've got like a big bag of dinosaurs so that every time I see him I can give him another dinosaur. And it's quite lovely. I'd say the last couple of times I've seen him, I think he's not as interested anymore, which is fine. Oh, I've adored Alex since the moment he was born. Very different. But being like, I've never felt uncomfortable or nervous with Alex, because it's always been a very different kind of relationship. Oh, I missed. RNG of this one's not being quite so nice here. There we go, that's okay. No, I think everything kind of kicked in. Everyone just kind of going, okay. Because there's a big difference when it's not your child as opposed to it being your child. When it's your child, first of all, you are there from from moment zero. You know, you are there at the absolute moment that it starts, and then it never stops. It's not only brief moments, but your missions are very different. You know, with my nephew, it was, my mission is, you know, make sure that he's comfortable around me. Oh, I screwed that up. Make sure he's comfortable around me, and read him a bedtime story. My mission with Alex is keep this thing alive at all costs. This is a very different mission. Being silly, and I'm great at being silly, so that helps. Starting to lose time already. This is the thing. It says I'm 41 seconds behind. I don't see how I can be that far behind. How have I lost that much time in this level? I think I've got some split issues. Because I can't see how I'm 45 seconds behind. Only other thing is am I looking at the right thing? Compare against personal best, game time. And am I looking at current timing method? Yeah, no, everything's correct. Yeah, I just don't quite understand how I've lost 45 seconds already in one split like that. Right, I'm not going to try and do anything funky here, because I'm pretty sure if I just do this straight up without any issues, it is a slight time save. Did I restart? Did I restart one section? Did I take a death? I know I screwed up a bit with one of the boomies. Maybe it was that. And getting under that ledge with the flying moo is harder at the moment for some reason. I'm not quite sure what's changed with that, but whoops. That was scary. Oh, I was too early with that. I'll lose a bit more time. Maybe I did. You're right, I must have died as well at some point. I'm just not remembering what I've done. Well, we'll keep going. I think I'm third, something like that. The thing with Klonoa 2 is not that many people run support mode, so I'm not competing against that many people. I was world record holder for hard for a while, mainly because no one else had done it. So majority of Klonoa 2 runners all run normal, all run standard mode, so no using Popka. And that's just because trying to get Popka set up in the way I've got it set up is a pain in the arse. It's easy for me now because I know what I'm doing with it, and I've been doing it for quite some time. But yeah, standard mode is a lot more popular. I do have a time on the standard mode board. Because a couple of years ago, Klonoa 2 was in an online relay thing. I suppose marathon. It was like a speedrun marathon, but it was a big relay race of. It's called the Misfit Mascot Relay. There's been a few of them, and they sort of vote on what games get to go in it. And the very first one, Klonoa 2, was in it. I think I've done 3, but I can't remember what the other game was. Have I done 3 or just 2? Because I did Klonoa 2. I did Metal Gear Solid. So the Ape Escape 3 Metal Gear Solid minigame. I'm sure I've done one more, but I can't remember what it would have been. No, I don't know. What, Metal Gear? Metal Gear Solid. M-E-S-A-L. Yeah, so there's an Ape Escape crossover with Metal Gear Solid. I don't know. I'm assuming the S is supposed to represent simian, which is the Latin word for monkey. Yeah, it's called Metal Gear rather than Metal Gear. Yeah, it was a crossover between Ape Escape 3 and Metal Gear Solid 3 back when they first both released on the PS2. So obviously, if you know Metal Gear Solid 3, you'll know that Metal Gear Solid 3 had Snake versus Monkey mode, where you caught a load of monkeys from Ape Escape. Well, at the same time, Ape Escape 3 got a mini game called Metal Gear Solid, where you basically play through a Metal Gear Solid style campaign. It's only short, like the any percent speed run's like 10 minutes. But you you play through as I think it's called Peepo Snake. So it is an Ape Escape monkey that's dressed like Solid Snake. But you still kind of use the Ape Escape control scheme. So it's like your weapons and items are switched by using the face buttons, but they're used by using the right analog stick. Oh, of course, Saru. Saru Genzi. Saru. That's the Japanese theme for Ape Escape. And yeah, Ape Escape in Japan is called Saru something. I can't remember. Yeah, I've done speedruns of Metal Gear. Both any percent and 100%. Oh, Ape Escape's huge in Japan. Ape Escape's huge in Japan. Monkey Ball is also huge. Monkey Ball's probably bigger in Japan than Ape Escape, but Ape Escape's really there's plenty of Japanese exclusive Ape Escape games. Okay, apparently I pulled back a little bit of time. Oh, gold split on Vulcan Inferno. Okay, we'll take that. This is certainly a bit more consistent. Yeah,
You're pretty good.
Thanks, Meryl / Ocelot. Alright, Ishra's Arc. I am going to be attempting Engine Skip 2. Because you get quite a bit of leeway with trying to perform that one. And it's easier. It's much easier than the Maze of Memories one. I'm not gonna bother with Engine 3 though. So I'm only 20 seconds behind, so like little things could put me on course for a PB here. It's like if I am on good time, I'm not gonna do the out of bounds skipping. I'm not going to do the outbound skipping Maze of Memories as well, because I would just save more time. Or also because at the moment I'm trying to do that. I'm doing that out of bounds skip using turbo, and turbo is almost certainly illegal. I'd say it's probably about 70% muscle memory. Just gonna wait for that to get back to the top. Oh! I hit it 3 times instead of 2. That was stupid. That's fine. It's so much easier on a second. I hit it almost every time on a second route through, just because it spawns differently. Pretty good at talking and play. I mean, I've had 10 years of practice with this game in particular, and I've had 5 years of good practice of speedrunning and talking at the same time. And then I've had, what, 8 years? I need to have a look at when I can't remember when my, I always, whenever it comes to talking about how long I've actually been streaming for, I basically just take it from when I became affiliate, because I started streaming and then within like a month or two, I then got to affiliate. It's really not difficult. It's even easier these days, but even back then, it's not difficult to get to affiliate on Twitch. Getting to partner, now that's the tricky one. I'm going a little too early. I'm not actually sure these days, because you can actually get things like emotes and stuff without becoming affiliate, and also the affiliate requirements have been lowered since I became affiliate. Oh my god. Gotcha! Right, I'm gonna get to find out whether or not that actually saved me any time. Probably not. I'd need to see how long you can actually spend doing that before it actually becomes not worth it. But there's another one of those things that I'm only going to get better at if I try it. There we go. I've got a key, but it's not the correct key. Cool. So I will try the first one. Because if I ever get this one right, it's a massive time save. I'm not going to try it the second time round, because it's a very small time save on the second time round. But if I ever get that one, that is such a huge time save. Like the level has ended. if I ever get that one right. One thing I should ask people about, get opinions on, is what we start doing next week. Because from next week I have no specific speedrun obligations. At this time, I have submitted to Insta Speedathon with James Bond Everything or Nothing. I haven't submitted to anything else yet, though there are some things coming up that I'm interested in. Preventathon 7 has just announced its dates, which is, I think, the final weekend of April. Which obviously I will be submitting to, but I'm tech staff lead for now. Wacky Races 24-hour straight. That sounds horrendous. Speedrunmizer. That's what I'm thinking as well. That's one of the things I'm thinking. Speedrunmizer has just a... Oh! No! Oh, that is... such a huge... That is such a huge backtrack. I should really take that checkpoint for safety. Ugh. Speedrunning has just announced the dates for their next event and like when submissions and stuff are open. So for a reminder, Speedrunning is the event where you don't run the game, you submit. You submit a game. You submit a game and then you teach that game to someone else whilst learning something that someone else has submitted. So I did it last year. They do it twice a year. I only did the first half last year because second half was around October and I was very busy in October last year, so I didn't try and do it. But yeah, they've just announced the dates for their first one of the year. So I'm tempted to submit to that again because I really enjoyed it last time. It was a great way of getting introduced to a brand new speedrun that I've not done before. Last year I learnt Jade Cocoon, Story of the Tamamayu, which was a really interesting game. I really should jump back on that at some point just so that I don't completely lose all of my knowledge for it. I've always said that it'd be a really good game to have as an RPG speedrun to be able to do. Because there are some RPG speedrun marathons that I've never participated in. But the question with Speedrunning is, what would I submit? Now, last year, I submitted Twin Snakes and Metal Gear Solid 3. Metal Gear Solid 3 got chosen, but the person who ended up running it, their PC wasn't good enough to handle it, so they were going to run it on PS3 instead, but trying to obtain it, and they basically pulled out. They didn't want to do it anymore. I massively underestimated, like, they were trying it and they were getting all sorts of errors and stuff, and they kept saying, like, do you know what the problem is? I was like, I don't get it. It should be running for you. And eventually I finally asked the question, what are the specs of your PC? Thinking, I don't know, not being prepared for how potato their PC was. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, you don't hit the minimum requirements at all, because the minimum requirements are not that bad for MGS3. So yeah, the question is now, what would I submit? I don't want to submit MGS3 again. And you kind of got to be careful. That's the advantage of submitting like a PS1 game, is it's like anyone can emulate a PS1 game, and anyone can download a ROM for a PS1 game. Doing like, yeah, I could say, oh, why not submit Delta? The problem is whoever gets it, unless they already own Delta, has to spend 50 quid getting a new video game, which you don't want to do. And I'm pretty sure they probably consider that with the submissions. Yeah, I suppose ideally it should be a game that already has good guides and stuff, so I don't have to do too much to sort of prepare them. So, like, I could submit Unmetal. Or I could submit Mini Ghost. Why don't I submit Mini Ghost to Speedrunning? More than anything, just to get another Mini Ghost run on the leaderboard. It's fairly short, and I could then give them the option. I don't know Crash on PS. I'm not a Crash 1 speedrunner myself. That's the thing. I've got to be able to teach it to them. So I could certainly do Crash on. I could certainly do Crash from the Insane trilogy, because I do run that, but I haven't run it in a while. And I wouldn't be a very good teacher for it. But Mini Ghost might be better. Mini Ghost is a lot shorter than Unmetal. And yeah, actually it'd be really good to get another Mini Ghost runner on the board. Well, I'm going to try. Oh, hey, Jen. There we go. I thought I'd give it a go because on the off chance that it got me some time back, and I completely. That wasn't me like messing it. That wasn't the input messing up. That was I completely screwed up what I was supposed to do there. With that, this is almost certainly not going to be a PB now. So I'm going to do it again, and I'm going to cheat and use turbo. Just because if I can still do it consistently with turbo, I'd still like to show it off on tomorrow's hotfix and just not submit it as a PB if it wants to be. Probably won't be a PB because I'll have a I'll be having a break in the middle of the run. My run tomorrow will be longer than 1 hour 15 minutes, so I have to take a break partway through. So it won't be a PB regardless. Oh, fine, whatever. We go from here. At least with this room, we can continue on. But even with turbo on, I can't get it consistently. It's just a rule that that GDQ has when it comes to hotfix shows, and obviously they don't do it for. Yeah, obviously they don't do it for live events. But no, for hotfix at the very least, the rule is if we're going on for longer than 1 hour and 45 minutes, we have to take a break. Sorry, 1 hour and 15 minutes, we have to take a break. I think actually. I would also say that probably part of the reason for that is because unlike mainline events, I'm paid. So there's probably something in there that says we need to take a break because we're actually being paid workers. Nah, what am I talking about? That's not the reason. Idiot. Wow, I'm such an idiot. That's not the reason at all. I know the exact reason. The exact reason is ad revenue. What am I talking about? Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Because we need to get as many ads in to try and to get ad revenue so that it actually make money. There we go. That's the reason. Makes so much more sense than oh yeah, we've been working for 1 hour and 15 minutes. We need a break. What am I talking about? Idiot. That's right. Oh yes, that's how it's done. I actually ended up saving time, even though I had to reset. I actually ended up saving time because of that skip at the end. That was good. Yes. That was really fast. That is the fastest I have done that. Oh wow, you were both like, oh, we gotta clip that. That is the fastest I performed that clip so far. I don't know if I'm gonna get it. I don't know if you doing it both exactly at the same time is gonna do it twice. Because there is a, I think there's a global cooldown on it, so I'm pretty sure Cosmic got that one. I'm pretty. This is screwed. I need to concentrate and stop looking at the screen because I screwed that up a little bit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure because the command has a global cooldown on it. It means that it won't register it a second time. And smash. It's kind of evil of Klonoa here. This thing has literally just been born, and we're gonna kill it. This thing was an egg a second ago, and now we're going to murder it. Oh, I missed the first one. It doesn't. That RNG would never have let me grab the second. All of those anyway. So I don't feel so bad because it was almost inevitable anyway. It's a shame because if you look at the time, you can see that it would actually be a time save against my PB to get this right first try. Sorry, Polonce, you had a really short life of 5 minutes. Not even that. 2 minutes. It was an egg it was an egg and then a newborn hatchling for 2 minutes, and then we murdered it. Bleh. Dear. Burp. I think it's just before we go into Volk we get that line from Bagaji. Burp. Oh yeah, one of the bits of story that I do now remember is Bagaji's not real. Bagaji is Leorina in disguise the whole time. Yeah, that wasn't overly efficient. Alright, Noxious Lalakusha. Which, Noxious Lalakusha actually has a speedrun trick in it, which is, oh my god, which is doable in the original PS2 version, but not here. And it is skipping this red gem. In the original PS2 version, you can skip that red gem. You cannot do that on the on this version because of widescreen, baby. In the original, it spawns when you first look at it, and as soon as you enter the room, if you popka jump onto the ledge above you, you skip the trigger for it. Stream layout MGS2 inspired. Not really. I can see where you're coming from, but it's not intentionally. Oh my god, come on. Oh, fine, I won't take one of them. I should say, it is not lost on me, the idea that my name is Nick RP Green, and I do not use the colour green in my stream layout. Or my logo is blue and purple. Oh, thank you. It's something I've always been very keen to get right, and you know, I hate looking at streams where nothing is organised at all. Come on. There we go. I have been thinking about a bit of a refresh though. It's been a couple of years. I've been using this layout for about 4 years, but the color scheme changed. I was using a dark purple. In fact, I think it was green at one point. But yeah, the actual layout, and certainly the way that I do the stream. Hey, it should be around 1 AM my time, because the show starts at midnight. Show starts at midnight UK time, but I've got Metal Glen Solid running MGS1 first. So it's gonna be around 1. Oh, I don't need that. I don't know why. No. My profile picture wouldn't change. No, that's set in stone for the foreseeable future. Oh yeah. Anything I do now change with the layout, it will still be blue and purple. Blue and purple are my colors, and they will remain my colors for until one day I decide I'm going to spend a lot of money again and completely redo everything. Because all of my emotes, logos. So also there's a logo for me, logo for Heidi, logo for Eli. The show itself starts in 24 hours. So you're looking at about 25 hours until my Klonoa run starts. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. This is a very special speedrun trick because it is one of the first speedrun tricks I ever learned by having someone in chat explain how to do this. Explain how to do it, and I've already got it wrong. Explain to me and teach me in chat how to perform this trick. And what makes it even more special is that person's here right now. It's Axel Sango. That's nice timing. Oh. Yeah, I was doing a run of this. Axel was watching. I was like, what if you could get across here with this, like with Popka, like and I tried it once and it didn't work. I was like, it probably can't be done. This is still quite early. This was after I became a proper speedrunner, so I've been speedrunning Metal Gear Solid for a while. But I then it was like the first time I came back to Klonoa since like properly getting into speedrunning. And Axel was like, yeah, you can make it across there. And explained it all, and eventually I got it. I wouldn't. You have a very particular niche with your speedruns, with like Neo and stuff like that. And I'll be honest, the only reason I don't not the only reason, one of the reasons I don't stream speedruns of Klonoa more often is because my viewership tanks when I do it. Oh, careful now. I only have one heart because I'm not keeping an eye on my health again. I always like to remember little things like that. I mean, I couldn't tell you all the time someone's helped me with learning stuff on Metal Gear because I've done so much of it. But Klonoa 2 is obviously a very special game to me, and things like that stick. Yeah. So I think going back to a previous conversation that we kind of just sort of dropped, Mini Ghost might be the right play for Speedrunmizer this year. Teaching either any percent or 100%, because 100%'s like half an hour. I'm pretty sure my world record for 100% on Mini Ghost is under half an hour. I always joked about it when I did it, because Mini Ghost actually has a speedrun leaderboard in the game, but it has to be manually updated by the developer. It's never been updated to recognise that I'm the world record holder. But the developer Fran, who also developed Unmetal, did his own speedrun, and in order to submit it, you have to, if you go in game and go into the speedrun section, if you click on any of them, it will take you to the YouTube VOD of it. So Fran has a YouTube VOD of him running speedrunning Mini Ghost and putting a time on the board. And I joked that I was going to be able to do my 100% run faster than his any percent run, and I did. I think it took me like 3 attempts. Yeah, K2. That's the other thing with K2 for me is people come to me to watch Metal Gear, and then they tune in like, what is this? This isn't Metal Gear Solid. It's not even close. Like, it'd be understandable if I was running Splinter Cell. I'm pretty sure if I ran Splinter Cell, my viewership would probably stay the same. I should say, I was looking back through past polls and stuff of games I was going to learn, and I did actually promise a long time ago that I was going to learn to run Splinter Cell. All of my rewards are either Metal Gear or Unmetal related, which is why my Twitch sub alert will always be Klonoa, just so that a little bit of Klonoa always remains in this stream. Just here for the chaos. So I think I know I've done a couple of casual streams, mainly to replay through games that I then want to speedrun, but I don't think I could actually see me becoming a casual speedrunner, a casual streamer again. I don't think I could do it. Just playing through a video game on stream, I don't just for the fun of playing through that one game. I don't think I could carry it. Because now, when I'm casually playing through a game on stream, I'm playing through it with a goal. My goal is I want to learn what this game is so that I could then try and learn to speedrun it. Alright, on to Embryo Compass for Kersley Arena. Which on my PB I would have already finished 20 seconds ago. Oh, I got him. I took the hit, but I still got her. Sorry, her. This is the arena, by the way. Again. Got her. Now, if I recall correctly, it's actually faster for IGT to take that death. Oh, that's not good RNG. And I probably wanted to take it a bit quicker. I think you take it the. Oh, that was good RNG. Take it like the moment the health bar changes. They're difficult games to get into. Like, I can't imagine anyone trying to get into Metal Gear Solid 1 now. Whoops. That wasn't very good. I'm gonna let her jump. Done. That was 4 seconds behind my best ever. That wasn't that bad at Kersley Arena. I gotta say, it was the best part, through all the speedruns and everything I've done with the game so far, the best part of playing Metal Gear Solid Delta was the opportunity to play Metal Gear Solid 3 for the first time again. I never thought I'd get that opportunity again. But I genuinely, particularly after speedrunning, that's the one thing with speedrunning games, is if you speedrun a game, you pretty much spoil that game for a casual playthrough ever again. Like, I don't think I could casually play through any of my speedruns ever again, because, like, all I'd want to do is do speedrun tactics. It's like, oh, this is really slow, I should be doing it this way. But Delta genuinely was playing through Metal Gear Solid 3 for the first time again, and it was really nice. And I wouldn't say I love Delta, but I will enjoy and appreciate Delta forever to get that experience. Oh no, I still love. As in for Metal Gear, I absolutely still love the series. Still, without a shadow of doubt, my favorite game series of all time. The stories are incredible. The characters are incredible. That's Engine Skip 1, everybody! I'm going to take those, actually. Why not? It does depend on the individual game. I am not looking forward to learning Metal Gear Solid 4. I know one day I will have to do it. I'm not looking forward to the day I learn Metal Gear Solid 4. Is that... Yeah. But it is... Metal Gear Solid 4 is so unlike every other game in the series. No game in the series is like Metal Gear Solid 4 at all. Oh, that's slow. I haven't taken anything with me, so I'm gonna wait. And yeah, as far as speedrunning is concerned, Act 3 is a big blight on the MGS4 speedrun. Actually, a large portion of Act 2 is pretty shit as well. The whole on rails shooting section is really bad. For 4. I've always said that MGS4 is perfect on a first playthrough, but it has so little replayability. It is not the game in the series you want to replay. That was pretty good. Come on. Oh, seriously? I cannot remember the last time I hit Engine 2. I thought that was it. That was so close. Thankfully, despite being the hardest, Engine 2 has... Oh, that's slow. Engine 2 has the smallest time save. I don't know. I don't know. I suppose, yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. It's not about when you take the hit, it's about when you land on the floor. Actually, that's a good point. How does the GDQ hotfix thing work? Trying to work out the best way of answering that. So I'll just give you the spiel about the show and then about this individual episode. That's probably the best way of doing it. So since September of last year, I have become a GDQ hotfix showrunner. So I get paid by GDQ to put on a 3-hour show every 2 weeks. My show is called Fast Travel, and it is a show where we highlight speedrunners from different regions of the world, because GDQ generally is a very American thing, but it does welcome runners from around, and this is a show that specifically goes out to highlight runners from different areas of the world. Started in September, so very first episode was the UK. I've done episodes based around the Netherlands, France, the Nordic countries of Europe, Canada, Singapore, and then... Whoops, that wasn't... Oh, okay. Singapore, and then the last episode I did, which was Christmas Eve, It's not Christmas Eve. Boxing Day, day after Christmas Day. The last episode I did on Boxing Day was what I called the recap tour, which is where we visited we revisited 3 countries we'd already been to, and I put in runners who I'd reached out to and spoken to when I was planning the original episodes, but I just, for one reason or another, couldn't fit them into that episode. So we went back to the UK. I had its page running Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So the very first episodes back in September, I had been in conversation with its page about them running either Stanley Parable or Batman Arkham City, I think, because the Batman Arkham trilogy was developed in the UK. Oh, I'm just going to do that. Then we went back to Canada. Erico8, who just did Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 at AGDQ, ran Quantum of Solace, because that was developed in Canada. Messing this up. Haven't had a Spanish episode yet, but I would like to do one. Ideally, with the episodes I've done so far, I am going to relax this rule going forwards, though, because trying to keep it up is just impossible. Ideally, the games that are being run should also have some sort of link to the country that we're in. So, for example, the UK episode we did, all 3 games were developed in the UK. That hasn't always been the case. Sometimes it's where the game's set. So, for example, the Canada episode we did, the first run was Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, which is set in Canada. It's still a Canadian speedrunner. That's the runners always have to be from the country we're doing, or the area that we're doing. It doesn't have to be an individual country. An area works as well. But the game should have some sort of tie. No, these are the rules. I mean, the show has to have a concept. I can't just put on anything, because otherwise the show has no concept. It has no flavour. Yeah. Primarily, is that fast enough? That was fast enough. Engine skip 3. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 is good. 2 out of 3 is very, very good. That is always what I try and aim for, because 2 is so difficult to land. But if I can hit 2 out of 3 engine skips, I'm happy. That is a good run. So yeah, at the very least, with fast travel, every episode has to have a focus on a specific area of the world, and the runners should be from that area of the world. That's the only strict rule that fast travel has. Everything else is just stuff that I'm deciding. But yeah, I would like to do a Spanish episode at some point, because I haven't yet. Unfortunately, there are no Spanish Unmetal runners, because Unmetal is a Spanish developed game. We have had the best connection I've had to the region is the Nordic episode that I did. So with runners from is it Sweden? I think we had 2. I don't think I had a Swedish runner. No, I did have a Swedish runner. I think I had a Swedish runner, a Norwegian runner. It might have been 2 and a Finnish runner. I can't remember exactly. Either. Axel, if you have got a Spanish, particularly if you have got a Spanish developed if you speedrun a Spanish developed game, I absolutely want that on a show. And I will take that right now.
Shut up in there, will you?
Learn what Heidi's real name is. But yeah, I'm not going to repeat it again. That worked too. The timing for that worked almost too well. I mean, if Neo has any sort of tie to Spain at all, it doesn't have to be. It's just something to sort of try and stick with it more rather than just because the thing I don't want is I don't just want like. Gotcha. That's the faster version. I got it this time. As much as I I can't believe I have a timeout button for myself. What I don't want is to get any like I don't want like any European coming on and just running Mario or Zelda, because it's like you can go and watch anyone run Mario and Zelda on any other stream, on any other show. I still want the games to be interesting and different. It's an opportunity to showcase obscure games that you wouldn't have really looked at before. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be games you've not looked. Like the Canadian episode, the final run of that episode was Celeste. Now, we have seen a lot of Celeste speedruns over the years, but it's developed in Canada, and whilst I don't think it's strictly set in Canada, it is very much influenced by Canada. Neo 1 has a Spanish character in the DLCs. That's good enough. I'll give you the most obscure one that I've had so far. That the Nordic episode, the final run was. Oh wow, okay. Well, that level was going great until then. The final run was Norwegian, and she was running 102 Dalmatians Puppies to the Rescue for the PlayStation 1, which is a Disney game, absolutely developed in the US, but the fastest language setting was Norwegian. So she ran the game in Norwegian, and when she approached me with that suggestion, I was like, "That is the cheekiest idea I've seen so far for a game on this show. You are absolutely 100% in." So yeah, it doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be. Basically, I'd like anyone running and being on the show to at least have some really tenuous link. So they get it really doesn't have to be. It's just, as I say, it's mainly just so that we don't have the same stuff over and over again, and we don't have the same stuff that you're just going to get from any other show. Typically, I do the reach out. There is a way. There is a submission form on. Oh, wow, okay. There is a submission form online to submit to Hotfix shows. fast travel doesn't get that many submissions, and generally the form doesn't do so. But I know most showrunners do tend to reach out more than they get them from that list. Okay, that didn't work. Oh wow, come on. But the way that I check is usually I've got a game in mind first, and I go to the speedrun.com leaderboard for that game and try and see if there's any runners for it from the same country. Swedish speedrun of any of the frictional games. Ooh. One, two, three. Nice. I love that trick. It's one of my favourite tricks in the game. I should say I have had a couple of my runs have come from that form. So if you know of anyone who is in that situation, who especially if it's someone who runs a game developed in the country or region that they're in. So for example, the Singapore episode that we did, the Singapore episode that I did, I had 2 runners on from Singapore. They were actually both running Japanese games, because Singapore, there are some games from Singapore, but that's the thing, trying to find... Yay! I got that skip in. That was nice. So yeah, it doesn't have to be exactly from. Oh, thank you, Mel. It doesn't have to be the exact region they're from. You know, one of the backup. I'm trying to come up with game. One of my other goals with trying to run more games is trying to come up with some suitable backups. So if for example, I've got a show airing tomorrow and that runner contacts us all today and says, "Oh, I'm supposed to be on the show tomorrow. My dad's just died. I can't do the show." Then I got to try and fill it at the last minute with something. I work with showrunner. I work with my producer. I work with the organisers to try and get that done. But the easiest backup is for me to run something myself. And I'd like to try and come up with some things that still work within the theme. So one of the best games that I've learned recently is 007 Everything or Nothing. Whilst it was developed in the US, James Bond is very much a British IP, very much a British thing. So I'm a Brit running a British game. And that would work for any European, any episode based in Europe. We can just say, okay, we're doing Northern Europe, so we've got a French runner, a Spanish runner, and an English runner. There you go. You think I'd make a good Bond? Who knows? Apparently the next James Bond has been confirmed, because apparently the actor has been telling everyone that it's them, though it's not been made official. The problem is this story happens every so often. I remember a couple of years ago where it was like fully confirmed, outside of it being official, that Aaron Taylor-Johnson was the next Bond, and now he isn't. That would be another great thing for a hotfix for a hotfix episode. Not only if you've got a game that you want to submit, but if you and anyone else can come up with a show together. The show's 3 hours. It does have to include breaks. So I think when I've worked it out, you're looking at for 2 runs, you're looking at a combined time of about 2 hours and 40 minutes. So if you had 2 runs that were 1 hour and 20 minutes each, that would fill an episode. So yeah, I'm more than happy for individuals to approach me. I'm even happier for people to approach me and say, hey, we could fill a 3-hour slot. Here's what we've got. So yeah, but Axel, I'm genuine. I'd love to have you on the show to do something. No, runners do not have to have a cam. You can use a VTube model. I've had all three. I've had runners with cams. I've had runners using no cams, and I've had VTube model on. For the Canadian episode, I had the head of Preventathon, Sel Kufmind. My boss, when it comes to Preventathon, my boss was on the show, running. Oh, that was a good shot. Running Cook Serve Delicious. It wasn't. In fact, wasn't a speed run. It was an extreme showcase of Cook Serve Delicious. It was fantastic. She was great. But yeah, she uses a VTube model, which is more than welcome. You learn just by looking around. You know, I've had to start looking around at different speedruns a lot more, and starting to get ideas for things. And one thing that I wasn't prepared for. I think it was when I was looking for the Canadian episode, because most of the games are developed by Ubisoft Montreal. Did you know that the speedrunning scene for Assassin's Creed is tiny? The Assassin's Creed games are not popular speedruns at all. I was really surprised. Because I'd love to do an Italian episode, and have an Italian on running Assassin's Creed 2. Assassin's Creed 2 is one of my favourite games of all time. It's certainly my favourite Assassin's Creed game. One of the very few games I got all the achievements for on Xbox. Oh, and there we go, I'm done. Okay, 1:35:15 on RTA. Okay, I feel a bit more comfortable now about my 1:35 estimate for tomorrow. Yeah, I was not prepared. I was not prepared for the fact that Assassin's Creed speedrunning is really tiny. Particularly some of the newer games like Valhalla and Odyssey. I think for those it's because they're so big. And also, for some of the newer games, there's so much online interaction and stuff that you kind of have to try and navigate around. The only online game I've ever really had to deal with was Metal Gear Survive, and that was pretty low in terms of doing stuff online. Oh, well, that was a much better run. That was a much better run. 15 seconds overestimate, so I'm happy with that. Yeah. Again, as long as there is some sort of link, I'd be happy having it. It's the runner. I mean, I probably wouldn't do a Brazilian episode. I'd probably do a South American episode. So you could have an Argentinian running God of War, you know, something like that. But anyway, on top of everything we talked about like the show, of how the show works and all of that, the show tomorrow is called my Meet the Captain episode. I've been doing this since September, and in those 4 months, my audience has had a good chance to understand the format, understand how it works, and you know, enjoy the runs and stuff. But they haven't really had. No, I still haven't. I didn't change it. I'm changing it right fucking now. I'm changing that bloody message right now. So the audience hasn't really had much chance to get to know me, because they see me right at the start and they see I introduce each run. So I am on webcam, They see me right at the start, they see me before every run, they see me right at the end. But I don't talk. I don't really talk about me. I talk about what runs we've got coming up. I try and talk about the areas. So when we did, I think the best one I did was the Nordic one, because the 3 runners were from 3 different places, or the games were in 3 different settings as well. I talked about ESA, I talked about the Nordic Speedrun Association, or gathering, NSG, Nordic Speedrunner Gathering, and I think I talked about a Finnish one as well. So yeah, I try and sort of tie into them. And when I did the Canadian episode with Cell running, we talked about Reventathon. So yeah, it's always good to try and talk a bit more about those communities and the things that happen. At some point before my live event in April, I will do another British episode, and I will try and invite runners from, because that's the next thing that I'm the next sort of rule that I'm going to bring in to allow more people to do more stuff, is to say, right, you can also the game itself doesn't have to have any sort of link to you, but if you're running this game in a local marathon, then bring it in to sort of to talk about it and big it up, so we might do an episode where we have a load of people on from Norway because NSG is about to come on, and it's all runners who are going to showcase their runs at NSG, or they've just showcased their runs at NSG, whatever. Because I think that's a really nice way of tying into that. We actually over the weekend, Amber Cyprian, who runs Passion Project, the show that runs after mine, they did a special that weekend with UKSG. They partnered with UKSG and Fast Pace Events, because Amber is the head of Fast Pace Events, and quite a few of the staff members from Fast Pace Events are also staff for UKSG, and they did an episode it was an episode highlighting grassroots. So all of the runners were UKSG runners, and it was them showing off. Basically, it was hype for UKSG. Language barrier can be a problem. At minimum, every runner and every commentator who comes on has to be able to speak English. If you can't speak English, then you can't be on the show, because the audience is English, there is no translation, there's nothing like that. So you do have to be able to speak English to be on the show. I did once reach out to someone who I thought would be a really good fit for the show, and only then learned that they don't really speak English. They can type English, and presumably use some translation software at times, but they can't really speak it, and unfortunately that's a deal breaker. I think I'd have to talk to people about whether that was doable. Certainly, I would say if your English isn't very strong, you absolutely must have a commentator on. I don't know if we could say that we could have someone who doesn't speak English at all and just have a commentator on translating for them. I don't know. I'd have to talk to the heads of, and my producer and stuff like that. I've still got some drink. That run was a lot better. It is tricky. That run was a lot better. I actually had some gold splits. 2 gold splits in there, which was nice. We don't see gold splits very often, so I'm pretty pleased with that. So yeah, I'm showcasing this tomorrow because, as I said, the audience hasn't really had chance to get to know me that well. So we're doing an episode around me, and I approached the my producer and the head of Hotfix to say, because when we use ourselves, we do have to talk about it first and if I wanted to have another showrunner feature on my episode, I'd need to discuss it with management first, because Hotfix is supposed to be about showcasing other people. It's not supposed to be us showcasing each other. So we do have to ask about it. And she was really happy with it and said, yeah, this is a great idea. Because usually GDQ, or sometimes mainline GDQ events do some sort of show, like, they have a spotlight on Hotfix, and they haven't been able to have that this year. So she said this is a really good idea, considering that that's not happening. Especially because I couldn't be at GDQ as well. You know, there were showrunners, other showrunners at GDQ, and there was a Hotfix table, and I couldn't be a part of it. And I'm probably never going to be a part of it. I certainly ain't going to SGDQ and going to Minnesota. Anyway. So yeah, this is a really good opportunity for my audience to actually get to know me a little bit better, which is why I'm bringing Glenn on to run Metal Gear Solid 1. It's the first game that got me into speedrunning. It's one of the most, I've always said Metal Gear Solid 1 is the most important video game in my life. It got me into playing video games properly for the first time. It got me into speedrunning for the first time. Without Metal Gear Solid 1 as a speedrun, I would not have the audience that I have now. You know, the Boba skip was a massive moment for me. So it is, without a shadow of a doubt, the most important video game in my life. And then after Glenn's done, so I'm hosting for that run, so obviously I'll introduce it, but I will be, oh, absolutely! I will absolutely introduce Metal Gear Solid to Alex, but obviously when he's a lot older. I probably won't wait until he's 15, because most of these games are 15s. Look, actually, I don't know. I can't see because all of the age ratings are behind other stuff in front of them. Metal Gear Solid 3, for example, is a 15. There we go. Oh, let's swap on over to. There we go, let's swap on over to there. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 is a 15. And most of the games are sort of 12, 15, but I'm probably sure he'd be fine. I played Vice City when I was 16, and my parents never had a problem with it. I think Metal Gear Solid 2 is a 15, and we were only about 12 when we got it. We got Metal Gear Solid 2 was the first PS2 game I ever got. When we went to, my dad wanted a DVD player, because this was around the time DVD was becoming popular, and so he wanted a DVD player, and he'd heard that the PlayStation 2 also played DVDs. So he figured, you know, we borrowed a PlayStation 1 from one of his work colleagues who wasn't using it, so we were playing with that, and he figured we're gonna have to give that back. Let's get a PS2, so you know, boys have got a games console to play with, and I get a DVD player. So we did. You got a bundle that included an extra controller, a memory card, and 3 games. And of the selection of games that were available, Metal Gear Solid 2 was among them. And so we asked for that. So the guy said, the guy who was selling it to us said, so which 3 games do you want? The dad turned to us and said, right, go on, which 3 games do you, from the list do you want? And me and Johnny immediately both said Metal Gear Solid 2, and the guy immediately turned to my dad and said, just let you know, this is a 15, is that okay for you? And he's like, yeah, it's fine, because my dad trusted me and my brother. We were mature enough, even though we weren't 15, we were mature enough to handle those kind of games. I don't agree with letting kids loose. You know, I would never let, if once Alex starts playing, ideally Alex should be able to start playing some video games at 3 game. A lot of games tend to start at 3+, so he should be able to get an idea. There's no way at 6 years old I'm going to let him play Call of Duty, for example. It's not happening. I'm not stupid, and it does infuriate me about some of the backlash that video games have had in the past. It's not as bad these days, but there's some of the backlash that video games have had in the past, and it's like, as parents, you do have a responsibility. Yeah. It's not like I played Grand Theft Auto. It's not like I played Vice City at 16 and then suddenly decided, oh, I'm going to go out and murder a prostitute. Because I'm not a psychopath, yeah. It felt like a big moment. my brother once got into we went to see the film I Spy. I don't know if anyone remembers the film. I don't know if anyone remembers the film I Spy. It was Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy played a boxer who then got enlisted by a spy agency because there was something going on in the boxing. It was bad. It wasn't a great film, but it was a 12. I think this was before 12A was a thing, and he got in to watch it. When we went, I was already 12, but he was 11, and we got in to watch it because they didn't ask, and that was pretty cool for us. Not going to let him outrage COD players. No. You had that on VHS. I don't think I've ever seen it since I saw it in the cinema. I don't think I've ever watched it. But yeah, we got Metal Gear Solid 2, and that was fine. We got Fireblade, which I've still got 2 out of the 3 games that we got. I've still got Fireblade, and I've still got V-Rally 3. I actually sold my copy of Metal Gear Solid 2 because I then got Substance. And so I sold it. Now I do have a copy of Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty because I bought it again so that I could add it to my collection. But I actually don't have the original copy that I had. Actually, the same goes to Metal Gear Solid 3 because my Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater copy broke and the disc wouldn't read. So then I got Subsistence and I didn't need MGS3 again. I bought MGS3 again because I wanted to have it in a collection. Aw, that's sad. That is sad. I can't remember how did this conversation start? Where were we going? Where were we going with? I do have when is Yu-Gi-Oh! FM 100%? Oh, Forbidden Memories. Probably not. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! I absolutely love Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to play when I was in college, and a little bit at university. I used to play the card game a lot. I became a judge. I was a certified judge for Yu-Gi-Oh! Only at the very bottom tier, and I never really did anything with it. I never actually went to any events or anything. At university. I tried running a couple of events myself, but that was about it. I haven't properly played the card game in years though, but I used to be huge into it. No, it's not on my LinkedIn. Do I have something about being a Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge on my LinkedIn? Really? Is that because my CV? No, I don't have it on my CV. Are you kidding? Oh, you are kidding. I was like, I don't recall ever putting that on my LinkedIn. I do have a LinkedIn because I work in the private sector. Everyone has LinkedIn. I probably did put it on a CV at some point. I don't know. I do talk about speedrunning and stuff on CVs and stuff because a lot of my experience in managing people is I have much better experience when it comes to speedrunning than anything else. Yeah, I think I did try and volunteer for some events and never got picked. But yeah, so yeah, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! I love the anime. I've watched through the whole of the original anime, including Season 0, including Capsule Monsters, including Dungeon Dice Monsters. Anything with Yugi in it, I've watched. I didn't watch GX. I still haven't watched GX. I did watch 5Ds. I still haven't watched the final section. There's the final season of the English dub of 5Ds got cut short because the viewership was low, so they cut it short and ended it early. I've still never watched the Japanese sub of the original half. I really should at some point. But I watched 5Ds because 5Ds was what was on when I first got into Yu-Gi-Oh! So So all of the cards that I was buying, because they were new at the time, were the ones being featured in 5Ds. So it was great to. So 5Ds was really good for me because it was with monsters I was recognizing. 5Ds is great. You just have to get past the idea that they're playing card games on motorcycles. As soon as you just accept it, it's actually a really good show. But it does take a bit to get over the idea that they're playing card games on motorcycles. And I've watched I think I've watched one episode of. Then it was Zeal. Then it was, I can't remember what came out, but yeah. I've watched the 3 movies: Pyramid of Light, Bonds Beyond Time. Pyramid of Light was okay. Bonds Beyond Time was a bit naff. What the hell was that? Something just fell down. I don't know what it was. He plays the game because it's oh yeah, if you watch season 1, if you watch Duelist Kingdom, the game is bullshit. The game is so bullshit. What's the third movie called? The third movie's actually really good. I've got the DVDs in my case there. Bonds Beyond Time, the Dark Side of Dimensions. There we go. That's the third. Oh, the bump was my work laptop falling over. There we go. That's what the bump was. Yeah, there it is. Duel of the Dark Dimensions is actually, if you've not seen, if you don't care about GX and 5Ds and all the others, you only care about the original characters, Dark Side of Dimensions is really good. Bonds Beyond Time is a bit dumb, and the biggest problem with Bonds Beyond Time is it's one duel. There's a bit of setup, then there's the one big duel, and then it ends. And the duel's shit as well. The duel's really shit. The only interesting thing about about Bonds Beyond Time is you get to see Artem, Jaden Yuki, and Yusei Fudo all together. It's the only interesting thing about Bonds Beyond Time. Pyramid of Light is also a bit dumb because it is just kind of one big duel between Yugi and Kaiba, and that's kind of it. But it's a duel between Yugi and Kaiba, so you can kind of let it go because they're both really good characters and you really enjoy it. But Dark Side of Dimensions has actually got a lot more going for it. It's way more than just one big duel. There's several duels. There's a lot of things going on. Bakura is a big part of it, and Bakura's fantastic character. So yeah, if you're a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh and you haven't seen Duel of the Dark Dimensions, the Dark Side of Dimensions, I would absolutely go and I genuinely go and watch it because it's really good. I still watch Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series as well. Martin's still making them. It seems crazy that it's still going. I started watching the Abridged series when I was in college, and it's still going. I was 18. I was 18 when I started watching Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series. I turned 37 this year. 19 years little Karibo has been making the anime, has been making the Abridged series, and he's still not finished. I've got it on DVD. I had the cards. You got the Pyramid of Light card, because the movie Pyramid of Light is named after a card called the Pyramid of Light, and basically the Pyramid of Light is supposed to be the anti-god card. I can't remember where Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series is at actually. Where's the Abridged series at now? I did a, late last year. I did watch some stuff and read some stuff into the whole thing about ShadyVox, which was if you've not heard about it, I can't really recommend trying to tell you to go and look into it. Basically, the guy who voiced Jaden in the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Abridged series basically went off the deep end and was a real piece of shit. So yeah. So according to the YouTube channel, the first episode, the pilot, was out 16 years ago. Now, that probably is that when that video was published, not the original video, because the Little Karibo's channel has been banned and brought back and stuff so many times. DB Fighter's a Yugi mod. I try to get into what's the Shonen Jump? There's a Shonen Jump fighting game which I tried to get into just because Yugi and Kaiba are two fighters in it, and I really struggled with it. It was Jump Force, I think it was called. The problem that the biggest problem I had with Jump Force is the end of the first trailer that they ever released showed fucking Light Yagami and Ryuk from Death Note in it, and then they announced, oh yeah, they're just there to tell the story, they're not actually fighters. You put fucking Ryuk from Death Note in your fucking game and he's not playable. You why? Why would you do this? Fucking bullshit. Why do you think that I don't want to play as Ryuk from Death Note? Fucking idiots. The last episode that was released was episode 86, Joey versus the Volcano. That was released in April. I'm trying to work out through looking at the episode. They are currently on. So the final season 5 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was split into 2 halves. The first half focuses on the another Kaiba run tournament. I think it's called like the KC Grand Prix or something like that, and then which is just bullshit filler. I don't think it was in the original manga. They just needed filler. It's bullshit and it's boring and it's not very good. And then the second half, they go to ancient Egypt and it's Yugi versus Bakura and it's fucking awesome. So yeah, that's where he's at. He's at the first half of season 5. In fact, it was only. I think it was only 4. Episode 81, I think, was the finale of season 4, which was the Orichalcos. Episode 82 seems to be the finale of the Orichalcos storyline, which is another weird storyline. Yeah, episode 83 is the start of season 5, and he's now on episode 86. There we go. So that's where Little Karibo is at with Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series. He is finally on the last season. One day, but like episodes have been. I said the last episode was in April. The episode before it, episode 85, was August of 2023. So actually, oh, sorry. The last episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged was April 2024. Actually, there hasn't been an episode released in 2025. So the rate is going. The rate is going. We might finish in another 40 years. It's crazy. It's crazy that it's still going, and that it's just. It used to release episodes like every couple of months. Now it's every couple of years. The amount of work that goes into them is crazy. Anyway, that really should. It's 5 to 1 in the morning. I should probably call it time. Thank you all so much for. Thank you so much for all sticking around and chatting shit with me for the last hour. Little Karibo with Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Oda with one. Oh, I just realised how the whole Yu-Gi-Oh! Conversation started up, and just to finally put a final nail in the coffin of the actual original question, I do not see the interest or enjoyment in a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Speedrun. It's a fucking card game. How is Yu-Gi-Oh! Speedrunning fun to watch? I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand why people want to watch it. I can understand maybe playing it is, maybe doing the speedrun is probably quite interesting with the mechanics and, you know, like working out decks and stuff like that, but I can't imagine it's that fun to watch. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Oh dear. I have a hard enough time with RPGs. Never mind card games. I don't know. I just because of my love of the series, at some point I probably would like to at least have a go at Yu-Gi-Oh! Speedrun. Just because I love the series, I love the cards, I love the game, and it would be. I always like to try and anything where I don't have that understanding. I always like to give it a go. I never really understood why people liked racing speedruns, because for me a racing speedrun is just playing the game because you're supposed to go as fast as possible. And then I've done a couple of racing speedruns and I have a better appreciation for them. Still wouldn't say I particularly enjoy them, but I have a much better appreciation. RPGs are the same. I did Pokemon to try and understand why RPG speedruns are interesting. And again, I have a much better appreciation of them. I'm not a big fan of them, and I have done another one since I did J Cocoon, but that's because I had to because of yeah, Wacky Races. I had to do J Cocoon for Speedrun last year. So yeah, and I'm going to do Speedrun this year by the looks of things, and we'll see what we get with that, if I get accepted, obviously. So it'd be interesting to see what I get, and that'll be another new game to learn. But yeah, from next week, I'm back on sort of being able to do whatever I want. I do want to do a bit more Lord of the Rings. I do want to do some more Two Towers because I'm really enjoying Two Towers. I'm trying to... Oh, fuck's sake. You're gonna... That's it. You're gonna watch me do it. You're gonna watch me do it so that you can see that I'm doing it. Let me go to my desktop. Where's my desktop edit? There we go. There I am. Right, you can fucking watch me do it now. You can see that I'm actually doing it. Where is it? Predictions, posts, chat commands, hotfix. I freaking updated the hotfix command so that it can be triggered with lots of different things, and I just forgot to update the message. So let's change this to Nick hosts a GDQ hotfix show every other Friday. Fast travel highlights runners from different regions of the world, with games usually tied to that location as well. Check out when the next episode is on at Hotfix schedule. And now also copy that into YouTube. That is too long for YouTube. I'll just cut out that line. Perfect for YouTube if I cut out that line. There we go. There we go. It's done. I've changed it. The message has been changed. Actually, I wonder if is that link correct? I wonder if I could cut out the schedule bit from that link. But anyway, if you go to just Hotfix, you can then go and see where fast travel is on there. Runners and games from around the globe. Cool. Right, that's finally been done. So yeah, next week we will. I probably do a stream based on another Two Tower stream. Because the other thing that I'm thinking about with let me go back to here so you can see me. I do think that Two Towers might end up being a good marathon run, particularly for SGDQ for remote, because of the possibility of doing a bid war for the character. It would mean me having to learn Legolas and Gimli. Gimli is fucking rough. Legolas is a bit in between. Legolas is a bit weird, but I'd like to learn. If I could learn all three of them and be fairly confident all three of them, then that would be really good as a speedrun submission. So that one I'm going to stick with. I think I'm going to stick with that a little bit more than what I was doing with Everything or Nothing. Everything or Nothing I have submitted to Insta Speedathon, so that probably will come back at some point to do a bit more of. But then I don't know yet whether I'm ready to do Phantom Pain. For those who don't know, I recently 100%ed Phantom Pain for the very first time. It took me 112 hours to 100%, and I've been playing it since October on my Xbox. It was great, but it was long. But I don't want to leave it too long to now learn, because so much of that game is in my head that it'd be really good to transfer that over. So what I think I might do is do some Two Towers next week. Not maybe just Tuesday next week. And I'd still like to have a look at Bluey. Bluey, the Quest for the Golden Pen has just been released on Android. I have the demo on Android. I still need to buy the full game, but I have a new setup that allows me to stream to show my phone gameplay on my computer. In fact, it actually allows me to use my controller on my computer on my phone. So it's not just streaming the video, it's actually controlling the phone through the computer and allowing me to use my controller through the computer. So it's all really good and works really well. So I'd be interested in doing a casual playthrough of that, and then with the intention of speedrunning it, and then maybe after that, that's when we'll have a look at Phantom Pain. I think that's probably enough time. I wonder if I can show. Can I show that off briefly? Let me see if I can. Let me. I think everything that's on my phone is safe to showcase. Where is my phone? Here is my phone. I don't think I've got anything like navigating on my phone that would be a problem to see on stream. That's what I mean. Where was it? I've got to remember. Oh, there. Oh, I have a shortcut on my desktop called Phone Mirror. Could not find device. My phone is not plugged in properly. So I think my the USB port on my phone is a bit naff at the moment. There we go. All right. So let's see if this works. There we go. Right, there's my phone. And I have new functions so that I can do that, so that it's correctly showing. I want to push that button. Actually, I wanted to push this button. Okay, right. There is my. That's a bit stretched. I'm not quite sure why that's so badly stretched. Shouldn't be stretched like that. It should be. It'd probably be okay. But yeah. So this is my phone. I can control it through my computer. So if I go to games, here is Bluey's Quest for the Gold Pen. Yeah, okay, yeah. So the reason it looked stretched and all of that and it looked a bit weird is because I'd set it up specifically for this. Oh no, that was it. There we go. I needed to put the game. I needed to put it in full screen on my computer, so that then it looked like this. So yeah, this is Bluey's Quest for the Gold Pen. And as I said, I don't know if it'll work now because my controller's not connected. I've just reconnected it. And I probably need to turn off ReWASD. But this might work. We'll soon find out, won't we? Yeah, there we go. There you go. So you can see I am controlling the game with my controller on the computer. So this is with the controller on my computer, but it is controlling my phone, and then I can show you the gameplay on my phone. So this is the demo for Bluey and the Quest for the Golden Pen. And there's just the opening world, and then you have to pay to unlock the rest of it. But I can. But what I can also do is close all of that, just in case there's anything on there I don't want you to see. What we can also do is whack that. You can tell it's my phone as well. Is whack that there. Games. Game Hub. Let's show this freaky shit off. Lawn. Hopefully this still works on my controller as well. Yep, it's already recognised that my controller's plugged in. Oh yeah, I put Geometry Dash on it just because Geometry Dash was super small, so it was really quick to download. And here we go. you you will see this correctly. This is Ground Zeroes running on my phone and then streamed to my computer. My Geometry Dash skills are nothing to write home about. It's so weird. Well, there you go. There's my phone. You can see the Konami logo. The latency is pretty good as well. You can see that there is a very, very slight bit of latency, but it is tiny. Except my control. That was weird. I got to push the first button. Okay, I just tapped the screen and that seemed to work. Oh, now my controller's not working. That's weird. It's weird that my controller's now not working. I don't know why that is. I can use. Okay, I can use my keyboard. So I'll just use my keyboard just to start up this mission, just so that actually gets into mission and shows you. So I have a Razer Kishi that I use with this. That I use on my phone, so it's like a controller that goes around the phone, and that works pretty well. Loading times are a little slow, but yeah. And obviously you've got all of this stuff at the bottom, so you can see my RAM is at 83%, so it's very RAM heavy. In order to do this, your phone pretty much must have at least 12 gigabytes of RAM, which mine does.
Got a request for extraction from a member of the intel team who is working undercover at the prison. Got a visual? Negative. No sign of it. Are we too late? If he's caught, he can
I don't know what the buttons would be. I can move the camera around. Oh yeah, the battery goes very, very quickly.
Watch out.
I don't know what right click it.
Come in. Incoming comm from the target. Patch it through. This is Warbook. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can see I'm getting some.
Damn it, where is he?
It's only that right. It probably should be right click. Oh, I didn't know that did that.
Clear, 11 o'clock.
One thing I haven't tried since I started though is what happens if I do put the FPS up to 60. I'm not going to touch it. You can see every other setting is either low, off, medium. The medium is only there because that's the lowest. What happens if I do go auto? Because presumably with auto, it should try and hit whatever it can hit. Oh, my phone disconnected. Because my phone's USB port isn't very good. Yeah, the USB port on my phone is a bit temperamental. It needs a decent clean. I'm trying to bring it back. I can't. It's not bringing. I don't know if it's because I'm already in something, but yeah. Actually, 60 FPS is fine. It is running at 60 FPS with no problem. I can't freaking do it. I can't freaking do anything. But yeah. I'm gonna try going back to the main menu. I want to show this. Oh, I think I'm back. No, it disconnected again. No. Anyway, at 6... Oh, and then I died.
Target's dead.
Anyway, even at 60 FPS, that does seem to be pretty good. Let me swap to that. This is going to be impossible. Oh yeah, this is the Samsung S24 Ultra. So yeah, it is kind of a glorified tablet. Speedrun with those controls. Yeah, I turned it down to 30 FPS because I thought it would struggle, but no, this is fine. 60 FPS. I mean, it's dipping to like 58. But I could quite, with a controller, I could quite comfortably play this. I freaking hate touchscreen controls. Only thing, the temperature does get, it said it was about 65 then. So the temperature does go up a little bit. But for people who are genuinely interested in doing something like this, like rather than doing it on a mobile phone, there are Android-based devices out there specifically for doing this kind of stuff. So it's really easy these days to make yourself a decent handheld gaming thing. I still love my Vita, but I can do so much more on my phone. Playing GameCube games is an absolute dream. I can play GameCube games really easily, PS2 games. I haven't tried Wii games, but they should be fine. I mean, there's even a suggestion that I should be able to play Switch 1 games on this. So, yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. It's very impressive. And yeah, I'm hoping to actually have some fun playing some of it at some point. Yeah, that's going to be it for tonight. Let's finally cut it because God, it's gone on a lot longer. I've already got plans on how I'm going to take naps tomorrow. Before I got quite a lot of sleep last night, so I'm not overly tired. So I've got plans on how I'm going to nap ahead of tomorrow's show. But I've got a meeting at 7 o'clock, so that's great. Anyway, thanks for watching. Hope to see some of you tomorrow at the Hotfix run. And if not, I'll see you next Tuesday. We're going to do some more Lord of the Rings. So see you then. Good night.